Right, okay. Is everybody with us? It looks like we are. Hope we are all doing well. For anybody who's just tuning in, welcome back for everybody who's already been here. Right, as soon as we took this break, the tiredness started to set in. So the energy drinks have begun. Move the mic away while I absolutely down that drink. Right, let's go. Whew. Right, couple of stints on the softs. Keep me alive and well. Oh, here we go. 26 minutes. Oh dear. Right, are we live? Are we winning? Are we rolling? I think we are all good. Yes, yes, yes. Very quickly going to make sure that my phone is actually plugged in. Otherwise, we don't get very far without that. Wonderful. Let's go. Right, now with these brakes and with these stops, we now do need to make sure that we are absolutely on it in terms of pace here. Trying to claw back as much time as we can. Let's keep going. We're not stopping just yet. Right, and it looks like we've got a little bit of dusk coming in now, so this is probably about 4 hours ahead of our real world time, at least for us in the UK. So this will be about 4 AM, I think, at the Nurburgring. So yeah, when I started it at 12:30, but I selected it as afternoon, realistically that afternoon is probably set at 3-4 PM. Dawn, yes, I meant dawn, not dusk. Correct. Just need to start absolutely smashing laps out of the park now, I think. Trying to catch up just a little bit. Right, one polite request. If you haven't done so already, please do hit the like button on this stream. And if you haven't done so already and you're not subscribed to the channel, please make sure that you are. It helps more than you could ever, possibly, ever know. And for anybody just tuning in, which I don't think there is, let's be fair, it's midnight on a Friday night. I think the next 12 hours I am racing this alone, which is all good. But if you do just happen to be tuning in, then please do know that the point of this stream is to fundraise for our pilot series. So our first proper series as a automotive car review, car challenge kind of YouTube channel, which is exactly where we want to be. And even just by hitting the like button on this stream goes a long way to supporting that. There is a link in the bio. Night of the Night still here. How are we doing, buddy? There's a link in the, description, where you can take part in the fundraiser should you wish, and you can enter any donations contribute towards winning a Mazda MX-5 and a BMW 1 Series. Now, you tell me this. What other YouTube channels do you see that are giving away cars for a tenner? Not many, but that's how silly we are, so make the most of it. You could win a Mazda MX-5 or a BMW 1 Series for a tenner, basically, yeah. So hopefully that sounds worthwhile. RL250, how are we doing? Saying he's in the chat, and see that James is saying that he's here still as well. Oh, I twisted your arm, you hit the like. Good man, good man. Shared it in your Discord. RL250, what an absolute hero. Thank you so much. If we can get a few more eyes on this nighttime stint, because it's going to get pretty lonely, I think. And that would be amazing. Now, we've been taking big breaks when we've been, well, small breaks really. I was going to take a half-hour break, and I only took 15. So, we just taking the odd break when we come into the pits, just letting the car sit there before we select what tyres we're going to go on to. It does mean that the rest of the field is running, because we're not going to pause the game. That would be cheating. But our challenge now is we've got AI that doesn't need to take a break and just continues to run, so they do end up getting quite far ahead. And we're racing against the Sophie AI, which is the good one, and it is very, very good. Feels to me that the more laps it does around the Nurburgring, the quicker it's getting. So it is proving even more difficult to catch up to the front runner. So my challenge now is, next few breaks that I come in, I want to try and not take up too much time. I've really tried to keep my foot in it there. So we've saved it. It'll do. Addicts don't take long breaks, exactly. Right, catching up to... I would say that this is the back of the pack, but technically we're probably 2 laps down even from the very end runners. Yeah, if anyone is able to share the stream, community pages, Facebook, Discord groups, anything you like. If anyone can just recommend it to one friend that you think might enjoy it, that is such a huge help. There we go, we're getting blue flagged by the P14 and 15 that we've just took over. Less than 10 minutes and I've done 72 laps already, exactly. Too easy. Imagine if you could put a cheat code in that just sort of started you on like lap 197, something like that. That would be great. That would be great. Go on then, let's go for a faster lap. Why not? Well, that's not a good start. That's not a good start. Oh, 72 laps in, he's lost the plot. It's finally happened. Head's gone, game's gone. 810 treble 6 is what John's reckoning. Do you reckon that we could, I mean, obviously we've just butchered the start of that. Do you reckon we can claw it back? If we properly push now, come on, let's try and claw it back. I think we have to play a game of some description. Can someone, but we need someone to come up with it. Guessing our fastest lap, we'll be on here forever. But we need some sort of, we need some sort of game to keep us entertained. Should we go with I Spy? Let's go. There's many games at play here, basically. One is guessing our fastest lap. The second is guessing by what point I actually lose the will to live. And the other one was guess what lap is I first yawn, which was almost a few laps ago, but I stopped myself. I'm sending this lap. I fancy a fastest lap. We're going to claw back the time that we lost. Lap down, still 64% to go. Yep. We are nowhere near. Well, I think we're 3 laps down at this point, to be honest. That's definitely costing us time in our fastest lap attempt. Not that me binning it at the very start wasn't going to cost us. Very much doubt we'll claw back 2 seconds on this one, even if we absolutely gun it. What lap did I get my fastest lap? It was one of the very early ones, to be honest. It was definitely within the first 20. Which makes me laugh because I say that and we're not even at lap. We're not even halfway through yet. We're not even at lap 100. Goodness me. Goodness me. Crashes regularly. I've got no idea what that's in response to, but I'm going to assume you're talking about me. Jonathan saying keep pushing, absolutely. Clip those sausages. Yeah, thank you very much for that, Mahim. Been jumping on and off the stream throughout the day. Absolute hero. Really do appreciate it. Really do appreciate it. I expect to crash a lap. Otherwise it wouldn't be an Infinity stream. Correct. Correct. Oh, that was a good lap, that. Now we're talking. That was a good lap. That's only a couple of tenths off our best there. Yeah, 4 tenths off our best. That's not bad, that. I'll take that any day of the week. Or any lap of the stream. Right, 23.58 to the leader. We basically now, for the next 20-30 laps, need to just push like crazy to get back up to them, basically. Took 84 seconds off the leader last lap. Well, I'm glad someone's paying attention. That is good to know, that. That's good to know. Right, 23.43 is the time now. It's the gap to the leader as we head out onto the Nordschleife. 23.43 was the gap. I'm starting to get calluses on the side of my thumbs. How is that even a thing? From holding the wheel and the wheel rotating through my hand, I've literally got... gonna end up with actual blisters on the side of my thumbs. Oh, Vicar in with a £1 donation as well. Thank you so much, mate. Absolute hero. Absolute hero in with the... that's the super chat one, isn't it? I think it is. Yep. Absolutely it is. What an absolute hero. Thank you so much, buddy. So P1 coming at lap 89. Yeah, well, we might end up with another break or so, but if we can get back, genuinely, this is, I'm not taking the mick here, if we can get back to P1 or caught up to P1 by the time we hit lap 100, that'll feel alright. Our timing has ended up well out of sync though, because now we're into early morning here, and it's just gone midnight in the UK, so I was hoping that when we're racing at night on here, we'd be racing at night outside, if that makes any sense. Make it lap 189, yeah, probably. We might be on for a fastest lap here if we can keep this going, as long as we don't lose the tyres by the end of it. I feel like we're making much faster progress once the once you can actually see the track. It is crazy the difference that a bit more visibility makes just for your marker points, the boards on the sides, the marshals, everything else. Sometimes you don't even realise, but you're using a camper van in the corner of the shot to kind of reference exactly where you are, and then once that's gone in the middle of the night, it's like a different track. So many of your really important markers just disappearing. Is that another? That's another one from Jonathan. What an absolute hero, mate. Thanking you. What's that say? Shabba ranks. I don't know what that means. What a hero though, buddy. Thank you so much. Match a donation if we get to P1 by lap 100. Okay, that sounds like a challenge now. That sounds like a challenge. Right, how many laps have we got to do that in? We got 27 laps to claw back 23 minutes. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Closing the gap from 23 minutes down to like 1 minute is the easiest bit. It's getting that last minute. Once it, the way that kind of like rubber banding works is that if you drop really far back, I think that they slow their pace a little bit on the AI. And then once you start catching up to them and showing them a bit of speed, then all of a sudden it's really difficult to claw back that last minute or that last 30 seconds. 22:59. Let's keep going. This is my challenge. This is what's keeping me on this now, is the fact that we're racing against proper AI, like decent AI that has still got really good pace. Now they're doing slightly longer stint strategies on the hard tyres, but they're obviously pitting a lot less than what we are, when we're sometimes just doing 9 laps on the mediums or 5 on the softs. $22.50. Does entering the crowdfunder to win the cars count as a donation? Absolutely, yeah. So the donations on the crowdfunding website, on the crowdfunding page there, they're the entries that count towards the oh my god, you can tell I've lost it now. Towards the entries for the raffle for the cars. But what we're also doing is anybody who is in the top 3 ranked fans on YouTube per stream, so there's another 3 chances for entries basically. Donate on that when you get P1 by lap 90. Fair play. I thought it was lap 100. I thought the challenge was lap 100. Is it now lap 90? Come on. Lap 100 is a 20 donate. Okay, I got you. Let's see what we can do. Lap 100 with James is going to give us a chance. Fair enough. It's more or less just having to be a case of no mistakes, to be honest, because we can claw back loads of time, and then every time that I've binned it, we've lost like 10 or 15 seconds, and all of that obviously adds up. Jonathan Sinfield. Oh, look at this. Fastest lap so far. Well, not fastest lap, but fastest sector so far. We're well up on our time. Oh, not like that we won't be. Will I experiment with the hard tyres? Probably not, but the medium tyres for the longer stint was all right, but I think I do prefer probably being on the soft tyres. I have roughly 3 hours 40 minutes of track time to reach what? Oh my god, is that how long it is? Jesus, that's brutal. I didn't realise it was actually that long, to be fair, but yeah, 10 laps is about an hour and a half. So if we say just under 30 laps, yeah, it's going to be, oh my god, that's a long time. That is a long time. 1-minute pace now. Eating 1 minute out of the leader since we started this lap. Yeah, we're doing all right now. Picking it back up, 21.40 the gap. I'm basically averaging, or wanting to average, a minute per lap to be taken out. But as I say, it's the last sort of 2 minutes to take out that becomes the most difficult. One, because you've actually got to get past a bit more traffic once we start catching up. But there's then, they do actually then start putting their foot down and like driving properly again. Oh, Jonathan in with another donation. Thank you so much, mate. What are you doing? A donation for each lap that I complete? Thank you so much, mate. Very, very kind. You absolutely don't need to. Focus, David. Absolutely. Is John still on, or has John gone to bed? John did say he was going to bed soon. We do have random weather switched on. However, apparently, I am told by Lena, who was in the chat earlier, that with the Sophie AI, it doesn't do rain. Apparently, rain is not possible when you're racing on the Sophie AI and not the... But obviously, it is on the regular. So that's a little bit annoying, that one. But yeah, so I don't think that we're going to get any rain. Which I'm genuinely, I know you would think, oh well, you must be happy about that, but I'm actually genuinely not. Because I think it's one less challenge that is sort of taken away from us in terms of being able to say we've done the most difficult race. Obviously one of the big ones would be weather, but we've not got that yet. Oh, there he is. John's in. I can't remember what I was asking if you were in the stream for now, John. I'm sorry. I was going to ask you a question, but now I've forgotten what it was. I'm so sorry. So made some rolls. Fair play to you. I thought you'd said you were going to bed earlier, so I didn't know if you were still on. I did want to check though what number rank it was giving you on the top fans thing. You're number 2 at the moment. I think Jonathan's ended up number 1, but that's with the couple of donations going in. Oh god. Yeah, losing a bit of time there. Right, 21:02. Try and get this gap down to a 20 by the time that we finish this lap and end up back in the pits. So yeah, if you are in the top 3 fans, so we're going to have 3 streams on because we need to split the stream into like 12-hour sections. So if you are in the top 3 fans list, you will get an additional free entry into the prize draw for the car giveaway. So even if you already go and donate on the crowdfunder, get your entries in. If you're in the top 3 fans by the end of the stream, which on the last one was Bama, John, and somebody else. I've forgotten now. I'm so sorry. You will get an entry into free entry, additional into the prize draw, into the raffle. Whoa, that's changing his line pretty late on there. Pukali, yes it was. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I can't believe I forgot. Yes it was, yeah. Can anyone remember what the gap was when we restarted this stream? Was it 29 minutes? Wouldn't have been... No, that wouldn't be right, would it? Or would it? 29 minutes? It would be possible. If we have averaged taken out a minute and a half per lap. No! Not good. Yeah, I feel like it was something like that, 29 seconds or something like that. .26.29 minutes. Look at that. Mahim absolutely on the money. Yeah, it was three laps down. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, 27 minutes sounds about right. So 26 something. 26.29. There we go. Right. So we've taken out 6 laps, 6 minutes in 6 laps basically. Oh, YouTube, yeah. On your foot, yeah. Right, straight in again. I'm going to quickly stretch. That was good timing. Jolly good. I've just realised that's going to have added like 30 seconds again to this time that we need to keep bringing down. How hot is the wheel? It's actually alright. To be honest, genuinely, everything's holding up alright at the moment. The only thing that was messing us about a little bit was the HDMI connection from the PlayStation. So we, at the very start, weren't getting the game sound. I don't know if you were around for that bit. And then it did freeze once earlier on, but other than that, it's actually been fine. Gap down to 20 seconds now. Been a good wheel pass down from the original fingers, yeah. Well, Stu, who was in the chat a little bit earlier, for anyone who doesn't know, this wheel was kindly donated from him. Genuinely a very, very long time ago as well now. Good few years ago. What an absolute, like, unbelievable wheel this has been. And in all seriousness, that is a testament, I think, to, like, the sim racing community, where in all seriousness, I bought a very cheap wheel at the start for like 30 quid. Or actually Layla bought me that when I very first started getting into the sim race and stuff. Then Chaos, who is in our British Art Foundation racing. He had a I can't remember what wheel he actually had now. It was what I think it was a Thrustmaster. I think not a force feed. No, I think there was force feedback, but the force feedback had broken, so he was getting rid of it. But he said, "Look, if you want it, it's yours. I'll ship it up to you, and jobs are good." I'm sure that was Chaos. I might be getting that wrong now, you know. Shipped it up. I was on that wheel for a little while. Then bought a G29, but I bought that second hand, so I only bought that for 50 quid. And then was on that for a long, long time. And then Stu was getting rid of this to upgrade it, and honestly, unbelievably kind, because he still could have sold it for, I don't know what you would have got, 100 or so quid, a couple hundred quid maybe. And he was like, no, shipping it up to you, you have that. And sure enough, a couple of days later, 2 big boxes, wheel and pedals. Like, unbelievable. And so I've tried to do the same. I gave away my G29 to someone that was just starting out, trying to get into a little bit of sim racing. Done exactly the same thing. And my other wheel as well, yeah. The one like right at the very start, I gave that to a cousin who was keen to get into a little bit of sim racing stuff as well, just on whatever games they had on their PlayStation. Not Gran Turismo, I don't think they were on, but wanted to get into some of the racing, gave them the wheel. But that's what it's all about. Right, 1923, make that 1922. 1921. We're pretty quick through this sector here, and we start to claw back a good few seconds, and then there's other elements of the track where we don't make up any time at all. In fact, we lose time. Oh, there's the leader there, so we're going to unlap ourselves by a lap. So we're still going to be lapped twice. Good luck through the early hours. No worries, Benny. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for hanging around earlier, chatting a bit of football. You're an absolute hero. Thanking you. And yeah, hopefully we'll catch you in a little bit. No worries at all as well, Jonathan. Away to bed, not a bother. Sleep soundly, yeah. Good stuff. Right, let's see if we can keep pushing on then. Let's make this a good lap as well. Catch you tomorrow. No worries, Benny. By the time you wake up, I don't know where we'll be. Maybe it's lap 140, 150. We'll still have a hell of a way to go, that's for sure. Let's try and make this one fastest lap. I'm desperate to keep trying to beat that 8:11 now. Definitely feel a little bit of the tiredness kicking in. It's just sort of hit me a bit there. Yeah, prep yourself for the 3 AM point. That's where it'll be toughest. Definitely. Definitely. Yeah, fully expecting a few tough points. And they're all yet to come. At the moment, still feels alright. Glad to see you still plugging away, definitely. Still all good for the moment, I've got to say that. Feeling all good. Oh, look at this, 9/10 up. This does look good for a fastest lap. If I can make it through, then truly bravo. Is that make it through the 200 or just make it through the night? Or both? 1.7. Got to make it to the end and win. And win as well. That's the important bit as well. Yeah, exactly. Can't be getting beaten by the AI. But we are struggling to make time onto them now. It is starting to become a little bit trickier. Or 9.5. Yeah, I think we could be on for a good one, yeah. Something like a 9.3 if we don't make any mistakes. Made a slight mistake. Make that a 9.4, maybe it's a 9.5. Oh, 9.4, there you go. I was bang on. That'll do. James, what football team do you support again, or do you not? Are you not a football fan? You might have told me before, but I need reminding. We talked about football earlier. Trying to remember what team everyone supports. Oh, look at that. Mahim managed to guess our lap precisely. Alright, so on Monday you support Liverpool. Fair enough. I'm a Newcastle fan. I love Liverpool. I am a Newcastle fan, but I'm partial to Liverpool. I'm glad that they won the league, especially over City at the minute. You hate Liverpool. Fair enough. Why'd you hate Liverpool? Probably best not ask that one, actually. As an Arsenal fan, well, let me tell you, right, you obviously weren't in the stream earlier. Look at this, I'm even crashing because I'm that dead set on making sure I make this known. You will have to rewind many hours into the stream when we were talking about football, where Mahim, I said I wanted Arsenal, or I want Arsenal to win the league this year. I've been rooting for Arsenal to win the league because I just think they deserve it. And they've been so close and unlucky on the past couple. They've been pipped by better teams or in the moment, whatever, but I would love to see Arsenal actually win the league. At some point. Hit a nerve there. I just want to make it. I just want to make it clear because I genuinely, I did say that earlier. Whoever was on John will back me up. I think John was on at that point. I said I wanted Arsenal to win. I said Arsenal for the league this year, Newcastle next year. Yeah, Chelsea's looking good to win it this year, to be fair. I mean, they've only done 2 games, but looking good, yeah. That was a good overtake. Heavy traffic imminent. Yeah, well, we almost found that out there. Yeah, the heavy traffic here might be what holds us up a little bit, unless we can manage to catch and get past on this straight. But I think they're a bit too far ahead. 2 cars here coming out the final corner before the back straight. It's still tapped to pass. Right, 16.5 minutes to the leader. I need to stop making those mistakes if we're going to try. And what did we say? We said lap 100, but then we changed it to lap 90. I got about 12 laps to make up 16 seconds. Took 10 minutes off since the start of this stream. Well, that has been 9 laps then since we rejoined at lap 70. So that's good going. Honestly, guys, I really appreciate you guys being tuned in, hanging around, seeing this one through for as long as you can. It is a massive, massive help. Not only for the stream, but to actually help me just get through, to get through the challenge. So I really, really appreciate it. Lap 90 was double winnings. Alrighty. Well, I'll keep pressing on. Saying you'll annoy me for hours. I bet you will. You'll sit and tell me that I should be in the Mustang for the next 4 hours. Only way you can't get banned on YouTube. We got ourselves a bit of sunrise, and the race leader into the pits as well. We'll be coming in on the next lap, not this one but the next one. Oh, is the stream just dropped a few frames there, I think. Are we all back on? We everything all good? Please confirm. Frame shot. I seen it just as I looked at my phone. It looked as if it had frozen completely. Flickered a bit, but seems fine. Cushy. Hello, car. 22 miles for a Domino's. That's almost not worth it. What about Papa John's? I like a Papa John's as well. I prefer a Domino's, but a Papa John's will always still do. Still always good enough. Oh, I never thought I'd say this, but I'm actually starting to feel sick. That was because through that section there, I literally kept my head still, or I felt like I did anyway, and like my eyes rolled instead of my head. How does that, if P1 finishes? Oh, if he finishes a lap ahead of me, yeah, I know. We already worked that one out. We'll just make sure that when we're calculating our breaks, we give it enough time that if we are going to take a longer break where he laps us, that we give enough time for me to get back within the one lap. But yeah, I thought that. Imagine if he lapped us and then we'd done 199 laps of the Nurburgring. How crap would that be? We have to make sure we win this race, though. Cannot not win this race now. Will you? Yeah. I'll start it again the following day. Immediately, if we don't do the 199 laps, I have to start it again. I will agree to that. I have to make sure it doesn't happen. Right, what do we reckon? Are we going to catch up to him before lap 90? I'm locked in now. I'm glad that we've suggested this idea. This arbitrary game of catching up by lap 90. Because I'm absolutely locked in. It's going to make the laps go a little bit quicker. No doubt about that. Look at that sunrise. What an absolute treat. It's definitely 4 or 5 hours ahead of us in the real world, yeah. Lap 80 of 200. We're at 40% of the way there. Well, actually, I think we'll technically be 40% of the way there when we've completed this lap. Not even halfway there yet. My God. Now it's starting to hit home. Now it's starting to hit home that we're not even halfway there. God. On 3 devices to boost my views while I go for pizza. What a hero. Right, we're locked in, I think, for the next 10 laps, trying to get to P1 before lap 90 then. The challenge from chat. Into the pits we go. Quick stretch. Quick stretch done. Go. Out we go again. Right, that gap's going to be about 14 minutes now, I think. Right, everyone's still with us. Onwards to lap 90. Trying our very best to have caught up to P1 by that time. John saying absolutely. Good man, absolute hero. On your last legs though. You and me both. You and me both, mate. Oh, been up since 6:15. Oh, mate, I'd be asleep if I were you by now. No doubt about that. Had a nap at 5 till 9:30. Is that PM you mean? I'm guessing. Oh god. Thumbs. Right, we're beyond 12 hours in now, I think. We must be. I'm trying not to look at the time too much. That being said, looking at the laps all the time isn't the most helpful. Because you feel like you've been driving for ages. You go, God, we must be edging to lap like 100 by now. And you're still on lap 81, which is the same that you've been on since you last looked. Pizza ordered. Good stuff. Another 10 minutes for 12 hours of actual driving. Fair play. Come on. Need to get this down and caught back up. We're going to unlap ourselves to P1 again. The next time that we go past P1, we'll be officially no longer lapped. But he's still 12 minutes up the road. Technically speaking, he's 4 minutes up the road, but then we've got to do another 8 to catch up. So come on, 10 laps, well 8 laps to go to our arbitrary target of lap 90 to get back in the lead of this race. It has made me genuinely settle down and like fix on the race now, which is pretty helpful for the sake of a 200 lap stream. Oh, don't die on stream. Well, that's not very good. Oh no. Right, if we miss our target by like 2 seconds, 2 or 3 seconds, you know that it was lost, just me choking. Right, gap down below 12 seconds, which means we need to average 1.5 minutes of closing speed per lap. Right, 11:18. We've more or less, well, not more or less, sorry, but we want to try and take out 1.5 minutes by the time we get halfway around this, by the time we complete this lap. We're on track to do that. That was definitely an elbows out, but needs must in these circumstances. that, those last 3 corners alone, we've taken out 3 seconds. Simply lovely. Make that 4 seconds. Make that 5 seconds. 6 seconds. Right, I need to keep paying a bit more attention to the time that we're taking out. I think we've took 1 minute 4 seconds out so far. We need to take a bit more than that realistically. You can see how much we've pushed though, because we've chewed the fronts a lot more than normal. Oh no! I was too busy reading Cameron's comment. Sorry Cameron, but you get the blame for that one. Hope we're all well. Glad to see you still going. Missed the beginning of this. No worries at all, buddy. Yeah, we're still going. Somehow. I don't quite know how, but somehow we are. Right, 10 minutes and 50 seconds. By the end of this lap, we need this gap down. If we're going to remain on target, we need that gap down to 9 minutes 20. Let's remember that number, 9 minutes 20. We want that gap to be down to by the end of this lap. Minutes 20, 9 minutes 20. God, that sun is blinding. Right, 10:34 as we head out onto the track. 9 minutes 20 is what we need this down to. We need to take out 1 minute and 10 seconds. Superman, moral support. Thank you very much, buddy. Thank you for tuning in. I'm just checking I haven't missed any new subscribers there. There's one come up, but I just can't quite see it. Oh. You own this Merc. I wish I owned it in real life. I'd be a lot happier than I am now. I reckon, anyways. Awesome driving. Thank you very much, buddy. We'll see how long it lasts. $10.17. $10.16. We want to get this gap. We need to take another minute out now. From now, we need another minute. I really didn't think that these 200 laps would end up being this serious, but they really have become. And I'm glad about it, because I don't think I would have been able to entertain myself for just 200 laps of time trial and racing against AI that is basically no good. But this is an actual genuine challenge to get this court back up and get past, especially with all the big gaps that we've been taking. Gap down at the minute to 10.07. Oh, just wide of the apex there. Oh, Cameron, how are we doing? Not a crazy amount. Don't be daft. Don't be daft. Hope that it sits your production. It absolutely does, buddy. Thank you so, so much. Thank you so, so much for the 15. Absolute hero. Honestly, mate, it helps more than you know. I cannot put into words. Even just being on the stream, saying hello in the chat, liking the stream, making sure we're subscribed, all of that helps more than anyone knows. The donations help more than I will ever be able to put into words. Everything from this stream, this fundraiser, is all going towards our pilot series, and I've talked about it quite a bit now, and I'm probably sure that many people who's heard me rant on about it a lot will be sick of me talking about it, but we're so excited to be getting everything started with it. We've already filmed a couple of episodes, we've already got some stuff, you know, partly edited. It is all looking, sounding mega. So happy with it, but it just costs so much to actually finish the damn thing and get it over the line, and hopefully by November, or that is the plan anyways, by November, I'm going to stop saying hopefully, I'll say definitely, we'll have everything up. 5 episodes, one going out every week in November. I think the final one will finish up on the sort of like first week or of December, and yeah, it's going to be sort of laying out the map kind of where this channel hopefully will be able to go in terms of what we can do. Right, gap down to 9.47 now. We've still got quite a bit of time that we need to take out. We might just fall short of the time that we wanted to get out of this. 9 minutes 20 we want to be at when we cross the line for us to be kind of on target. 9 minutes 20, we're at 9.43 now. Can't fathom the costs involved. Oh mate, honestly, it's just, neither can I. That's been the problem. Everything that I've mapped out for all of the costs and all the money, like literal life savings going into this idea, by the way. I mean, it's pretty crazy. Some would say it's pretty stupid. I would probably agree. But yeah, an insane amount of money going into it. And it's all just stuff that you just don't expect. I mean, costs just come out of nowhere. Yeah, truly a monumental effort you and the team are putting in, absolutely. Well, this one the rest of the team can't take credit for. This one's all me. But yeah, thank you so much, mate. Absolute hero. Right, 9.33. We're going to be about 10 seconds short on this one. But if we can just keep trying to take out that sort of 1 minute 20, 1 minute 30 mark, hopefully we'll be all good. And remember, our fundraiser as well, I'll just quickly mention it again. Our fundraiser, the link is in the description for the actual crowdfunder where you can buy tickets, which is what the main thing that we're raising the money through. You buy tickets to win a raffle, or to enter the raffle to win the 2 cars that we used in our cheap car challenge. So a Mazda MX-5 and a BMW 1 Series. You can win both of those cars. Right, the gap's at 9:22 as we head down onto the GP loop, down to the hairpin. So we're sort of on track, sort of not. It's this lap here where we can't make any mistakes. This lap and the next. The gap, 9:14. Don't fancy shooting them stateside. That's the problem, yeah. Easy enough to ship out a few t-shirts, but sadly enough the cars have to stay in the UK, unfortunately. Right, 9:09 as we head on to the Nordschleife. We try and get this gap down to 8:30 is our arbitrary number by the end of this lap. Right, off to sleep. No worries at all, John. It's 1:37 a.m. Is it actually? I haven't even looked at the clock to realise the time. I've been locked in on these laps here. Oh, I sort of wish I didn't know that now. 1:37 a.m. Jeez. Okay, mate. Yeah, that's brutal. Catch you back here, I'm sure, at some point. I reckon about, I don't know, what should we say? About 6 p.m. tomorrow is hopefully the time that we're crossing the line, roughly. Maybe it's a little bit earlier, to be fair. Maybe it's... Actually, no, yeah, I reckon that's about right. Maybe it's 5 p.m.-ish if we stay locked in. 6:30 there. Oh, there we go. Cameron's going to take over. Cameron's going to end up doing the night shift. 8:44, 8:43, come on. A little bit of time there. Don't want that, don't want that. P1 is actually the next car, potentially the next car on track, unless we've already somehow just passed them without realising. Oh, really enjoyed the museum video. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. We've just put a couple of YouTube shorts out, which seems to have got a little bit more traction than the actual video itself. One of them's had, last time I looked, it had 80,000 views on TikTok, which is a bit crazy. Me saying about adopting the Top Gear Toyota truck. Raheem. I will let you know what lap we got to P1. We'll have the video evidence. It will be on the stream. I promise you. No worries at all, buddy. Catch you later on. And yeah, we'll catch you at some point tomorrow, I am sure. Right, we've got this gap down to 8:10. I'm feeling a little bit more confident now that we will catch there by lap 90. One more lap before we go in. Idiot. What an idiot. Try and get this gap down to 7 minutes by the end of this lap. 6:30 ideally, but 7 minutes would be the target on worn tyres. Last lap on worn tyres before we pit to change. Oh mate, honestly, Cameron, that is what has never left my mind since we started doing this series. You're absolutely right. Is all of a sudden I realised just what went in to a show like Top Gear and most TV shows. But yeah, the amount of capital BBC gave Top Gear. And the thing was with them is that no matter how much budget they kept asking for, BBC knew to give them it because it was the most profitable TV show. It was broadcasting. It's the most remade and worldwide broadcasting, like the most countries, and remakes of it pretty much in every country in the world. similar to The Office, actually, Ricky Gervais, The Office. But yeah, in terms of a BBC TV show, prime time, honestly, they knew. And a lot of people talk about Clarkson's salary. I mean, Clarkson was writing a lot of that show, and admittedly he was paid a lot more than Hammond and May. But when you look at what they were doing, when you see about the India special, the African special, like the big trips away, the first times that they were really doing those big specials and doing them so well. Like, they're away for 2.5, 3 weeks at a time. It's relentless. And we're trying to mimic it and do it on such a small scale, where we're driving cars from one side of the England to the other, 150 miles. And that's cost us 10 grand to do, which is just insane. And we're the video production company, so there's no real costs to the actual, we're doing that at cost, whatever it costs us and what it costs. We're not paying a big agency that's 10 times in the cost for their profit and stuff. All of that cost is just the cars, the maintenance, the insurances, taxes, accommodations for the crew, food for the crew. Crazy. Cost us 3.5 grand just to hire the track. Unbelievable. Yeah, the cost is your time and patience. Well, that's it. We've still got a decent crew that's working on it as well, which is our staff of Affinity Media. So it's still our cost, but I'm the one that's still got to pay everybody's salaries while we try and find out, have a go at all these videos. Basically, it's an expensive lesson. It's an expensive research test, put it that way. And I wouldn't mind if we were making loads of money, but it's literally every spare pound and penny that we can put together and save is what goes into it. I mean, I don't even want to say out loud the amount of credit card costs costs that have been put onto credit cards just to make it happen. It's insane. Yeah, Top Gear and Gran Turismo, they're my absolute favourite TV shows. The thing was as well, for me as a videographer and an editor and all that sort of stuff, what I adored most about Top Gear, it was always the production. Which is weird, because when Hammond and May and Clarkson left, I realised how much I did appreciate those guys. But when Top Gear back in the day, 2008 to 2009-10, it started to just really push the boundaries of like video creativity and bringing proper cinematics to primetime TV. No other TV program was doing that at the time, none. And all those really cinematic car reviews, even just launching a Lambo off the line, the way it cuts to the rev counters and the slow-mos of the tyre, you see the little bits of rubber flicking up in like ultra slow motion, and then it bursts off the line, and nobody was doing that back then. You would see that in cinema and that was it. And even then, cinema didn't do as good a job as what Top Gear did, especially once you got onto like 2013 onwards. Like the last 2 or 3 series, the production value was insane, and that's the bit that I love the most. That's what we're really trying to do with the pilot series. I've literally spent thousands on camera equipment for the in-car camera setup to match what Top Gear was doing. It's like insane. And there's loads of amazing big YouTube channels, but the one thing I can proudly say is that they're not taking it to the extent that we are. They're getting a lot more views, obviously, because they're amazing, but no one has gone to the extent that I have. I can confidently say that no one has gone to the extent that I have to mimic, or not necessarily mimic as in rip off, but just to really try and capture that production value that Top Gear had. Oh yeah, even without the original car, yeah, production still shows 100%. 100%. And when they went to Grand Tour as well, that was just a whole new level. Yeah, faithful to the, yeah, it's not like we're trying to copy Top Gear. What I'm trying to do is that's the standard of the production value that I want to reach. I don't want to just copy Clarkson and be going around the corner shouting power and all that sort of stuff. That's like absolutely not what I'm trying to do. The main aim is the bar that Top Gear set in terms of production value is just to do everything that we can to get as close to that, like quality, like just undeniable, irrefutable, premium quality in like everything that we do. And that's what I want to try and aim for. Which is why it ends up costing a lot of money. Right, I've really got to get the hammer down now. So we've got 5 laps to catch up by 7 minutes and 10 seconds. Now, if I can only hope that there's a pit stop due there from the leader. Maybe that's a 30-second sort of head start coming our way later on. But for now, I need to absolutely rinse and rag this car. For 5 laps around the Nurburgring, 7.5 is the gap. Well, sorry, that's 7 minutes and 5 seconds. Not 7 seconds and a half. I wish it was. .49 the gap. Come on, try and get this as close to 6 minutes by the time we've crossed the line, and then that gives us 4 laps left to cover. What would be 1 minute and 15 seconds per lap that we would need to take out. Ideally we want more though, because we want to make sure we've got time to get past. Come on, keep it going, keep it going. 6 minutes 43. 42. What we got? Was the stream lagging? The stream looks like it's lagging. Are we back? We back? Looks like we're back. Stream all okay, everyone? Oh no. Let me know. Ah, no, come on. Too busy focused on that now. Small hiccup, but we're back, yeah? Good, 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 good. Right, okay. That's alright. Not the end of the world. Go. We're getting there, James. We're still aiming to catch up by 90, lap 90. Come on. Oh no. Mandy, how we do? This was a bad idea, yeah. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, you're not wrong. How long was part one? Part one was just under 12 hours long, and that took us to lap 70. Here we go, we're going to start catching up to traffic now, round the outside of that one. And to the inside of that one. This is my favourite sector. That right there is my favourite run of the entire Nurburgring track. Absolutely unbelievable. I want to drive, yeah, well, it'll be longer than 25 hours. It'll be closer to 33, 34 hours, I think. Which is just a bit silly. Why not, though, eh? Why not? It's alright though, because now we've got this silly arbitrary game where I'm trying to catch back up to the leader by a particular lap, and it's actually got me like locked right in. Lena's back. Yeah, there's 200 laps and then there's 200 laps of the Nürburgring Green Hell, exactly. Oh, honestly, at some point I think I'll end up turning the force feedback down. I've still got it set on 100%. My arms are dead already. Like jelly. .555. Right, this is good going. We've got 4 laps left. We've got to get into the lead by the end of lap 90. That is our challenge. Because, for anybody just joining in, first of all, if you haven't hit the like button, please hit like. If you haven't hit subscribe, please hit subscribe. But for anybody just tuning in, when we go into the pits, sometimes we are taking a break. but the game still plays on. So the guys are still in the AI are still lapping around the track. We're just sat in the pits doing nothing while we have a break. So we just don't select our tyre. It'll just wait for our decision until we select go. So at that point, that's where I'll go for a quick run around the garden, stretch my legs. But in that time, we had a big break on one of them, where we did break for about 15 minutes. And accumulated with some of the other breaks, it meant that the race leader was like nearly 30 minutes up the road. But we're not going to hit pause. That would be the easy thing to do. And with this Sophie AI, it is genuinely difficult to actually get past them. Like, they do put up a good fight. We're not just racing the regular AI. It's with Gran Turismo's very, very good AI. Liked and sub for the record. Absolute hero. Thanking you very, very much. Thank you very much for that, Mandy. Oh, nearly. Does a cool little wheel on the animation. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, that's pretty cool. Oh, oh! Not first gear. Why are we doing first gear? Right, come on. By the end of this lap, gap down to 4.5 minutes. Hopefully, that's what I need to aim for. Props to the marshals for pulling a 33-hour day shift. Yeah, fair play to them. Fair play to them. Oh, that's kept me going. That tickled me, that one. Laughing at B-tier jokes. It's what we need at this point, mate, to get us through. It's what we need. Yeah, everyone's gone. Like, this race has actually took way longer than I thought. I'm no longer bothered about finding out who wins. Right, 5 minutes the gap now. win Affinity or the Wi-Fi. At this rate, it'll be the Wi-Fi. We tend to get really bad power cuts in this house. Not loads, but just some nights there'll be bad spells where it goes off a 2 or 3 times. Very briefly and comes straight back on. I guarantee that happens when we're at a lap 199. Just absolutely guaranteed. Plants or you mean power plants or actual plants? Poor Simon. Who's Simon, Lena? Or have I missed a joke somewhere? Oh, that wasn't a bad lap after all, actually. Right, come on. We've got 3 laps basically. We want to be caught up and in the lead on lap 90. But this will be pretty close now. We want to average catching up by 90 seconds per lap. So we want this to be 350. No, we don't. What do we want that to be? 320. We want this to be 250 by the end of this lap. $250 by the end of this lap. Come on. Cutting your power all the time. Seriously, that's no good. Oh, the dandelions. I misread the first bit. Right, come on. Come on. 250. That's what we want the gap to be by the end of this lap, so that we know we're kind of on the money, on the ballpark for catching up by lap 90 to then completely undo all of the big rests and breaks that we've had. our optimal could be an 8:05. Well, that's me now chasing an 8:05 for the rest of the stream. On our pace here, because we're only am I getting this right? Oh, are we actually 1.7 behind our time? I can't remember. I don't know how that works anymore now. Losing track. Half a second off our time, so we're on the pace here on this lap still. It's going to be the next 2 laps that are trickier to hold our pace, because we'll then be on pretty worn soft tyres. 3:24. Turn round, get turned round, get turned round, go, 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 go. That's a big chunk of time lost there, big chunk of time lost. That could make all the difference in getting there before 90 laps. Massively behind in terms of a delta that we're aiming for now. Yeah, I never want to drive the Nord again after this. Well, I wouldn't be jumping on it next week, put it that way. Just about to say we're almost approaching the halfway mark, but that's still over an hour and 40 minutes away before we even get to the halfway point. Right, come on. I've got 2 laps to pull back. 3 minutes now. Come on, let's see if we can do it. No crashes in it now. Can't have any crashes. Need to pull this back. Two laps, impossible. 3 laps, yes, I would probably agree. If we didn't have that crash, I'd be a little bit more optimistic, but the sort of 8 seconds or so that we've just lost there could take us that long just to get past someone. We've got till the end of lap 90 to get in front. It's just a target that we've given ourselves. We don't actually have to. It's just a game we're playing at this point, basically, to try and pass the time. But it means a lot now because we've set the challenge. Mahim and James have gone double or nothing on the donations for it, so we're making the most of it. Yeah, where you might we run off to after this much driving. Oh, honestly. Well, it's not on the mine's not on the same planet anymore, I don't think. Put it that way. James reckoning it's unlikely that we'll catch up. He's probably right at this point now, especially after that mistake last time round. But it just means we end up having to try and push more and more. Was it ever on the same planet? Well, exactly. Not to have the idea to do this. Or maybe he's having the idea of this is fine, but thinking that it's a good idea, maybe not. Oh, yeah. Going to lose a little bit of time getting stuck behind these guys as well now. 2:28 still. Come on. Tap to pass, don't panic. Come on. Got a lot of work needed here to try and get past, get caught up and get past. 2:10. 2:09. Right, we're keeping an eye on that big number in red now. 2:08. 2:07. 2:06. 2:05. Come on. 2:04. Right, this is really not good timing to catch up to these guys yet. 2:2. 2 minutes. 1:59. 57. 1:56. 1:55. 1:54. Now we're about to lap someone at the back. '53. 52. 51. This is tense now. For a stupid challenge that really does mean nothing, of trying to get back in front by lap 90. We're not half taking this seriously now, but it has absolutely locked me into this stream. So I'm grateful for the challenge. 48. That's going to cost me a lot of time. 47. 46. Blue flag, move over AI. Yeah, it didn't shift, did it? Didn't want to give it up. Oh. Right, 44. 43. '41. We might just do it, you know. We might just do it. It's very unlikely, but we might just do it. Right, 37, 36. We've got to keep an eye on this now. Come on. This is all that we're going to be watching this whole lap. 34. 33. 32. 31. Right, it's hoping that we don't catch up to traffic. 29. Oh, front's gone a bit there. Drifting very wide. Come on, 27. on the limit now. We're absolutely on the limit, trying to find every single tenth that we can. 115. Come on. .13, 112. Come on. Oh 09, 108. 107. 106. 105. 104. 103. 101. Really starting to feel the struggle in the fronts now. We've pushed like crazy on this one, on this this stint. Come on, tyre squealing. 58 seconds. Right, we're below the 1 minute mark now. We've brought this down from a 26-minute gap. Right, and we can see it dropping pretty much 0.2 at a time now. We're flying quickly here. Actually quite tense, it is. Big thanks to everyone who's tuned in. Absolutely, if you haven't done so already, please do hit the like button. And definitely make sure that you're subscribed. It helps more than you will ever know. My foot has gone into cramp now because I've been pressing the accelerator just permanently for 13 hours now, or probably more. I don't even know how long we've been going. I don't even know what time we're on. I am starting to get a little bit tired. I haven't yawned yet though. Probably not far off. 48 seconds the gap now, come on. 46. 45. 44, 43. 42, 41. I don't think we're going to do this until the end of this. I don't think we're going to pull enough until the end of this lap. .38. 31. 32. Right, well, it's not quite going to happen, but it's a solid effort to have chased it down for all that time. That's 20 laps of absolute non-stop trying to put quali laps in. Not quite going to be enough. Yeah, that lap was mega. That was there's been some good ones in that last stint there. Let's see if we can get them. He's gone into the pits. Yeah, we'll have him on this lap then. There you go. We will actually do it. I did think in the back of my head, I wonder if he'll go into the pits. We will actually have him on this lap. Take the screenshot. Take the screenshot. Yes. Take the screenshot. Take the screenshot. We got him end of lap 90. End of lap 90. And we're up into P1. There we go. What a treat. Stop the clock. Yeah, exactly. We've done it, we've done it, we've done it. Oh, I mean, literally just by milliseconds, let's be fair. Just by milliseconds did we manage to do that. Right, the hardest thing comes now, which is getting this final lap back to the pits. And I think I probably will have a very brief 5-minute break after that one. Yeah, exactly. If we hadn't have pushed, I don't think we would have made that. Starting to lose the rear end now very easily. It's alright when you're at speed. It's just in those first and second gears out of the corners. The link's in the description, James. If you're talking about for the crowdfunder, links in the description for that one. Or the Streamlabs auto chatbot thing will have pasted it somewhere in the chat a little bit earlier on. I've got it set to timer to push it in there every 15 minutes. Sun's out, guns out. Well, there's no sun outside, but there is some sun on here. Right, lap 91. Welcome along, Jason, by the way. Thank you for tuning in. Whereabouts are you tuning in from, Jason? Because I'm assuming you're not up at an ungodly hour in the UK. Brisbane, Australia. Good man. Oh, thank you very much for tuning in, buddy. That is crazy. That is crazy. So we've got Cameron over on one side of the world, you on the other. How about that? I appreciate it very much once again, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. If there's anybody else that you think would be interested in seeing this stream, maybe he's not interested, but just anybody else that follows or watches anything Gran Turismo related. Whoa, that was a big one. Please do drop them the link. Oh no, we're having a stinker for this last lap. Oh, P1's gone. Oh, is that someone unlapping? No, it is P1. Yeah, even just managing to share this stream with one person will make a massive difference. But at the very least, just please make sure to hit like and subscribe. Never thought I'd become that person that forever walks around saying, please hit like and subscribe, but here we are. So please hit like and subscribe. Need to keep myself in second place. Well, I'm going to be going into the pits on this lap, and then I'm going to take a bit of a break before we trundle our way up to the halfway point. I still feel okay at the moment. It hasn't yet hit me any sense of tiredness. I don't know if I just need to not be like, I just need to be on the stream. As soon as I walked into the house, I was like, oh, I feel a bit tired now. As soon as I'm sat on the stream, I'm all good. Yeah, I need to give myself a bit of a break on this one. And then what I'll do is I'll do a medium stint going to lap 100. I think that sounds like a plan to me. Run barefoot down the street, come back should work. Definitely. Right. Well, there is P1. And there goes us into the pits. Very brief break. I will be back in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. I would say 2 minutes to midnight, like the Iron Maiden song, but I think we're far gone that now. 20 to 3 in the morning. Anybody watching in from the UK, thank you so, so much. It's getting very late, but my goodness me, we're almost halfway there. back. We are back. We are back. Oh, God. Well, the walk back to the house from the garden is scary in the middle of the night. Oh. What do you want the link for, James? Oh, which link, I should say, do you want? If it's a fundraiser, it's in the description. There we go. Witching hour, yeah. Right, okay, so we're going to go on to the mediums then. So we'll do a stint on the mediums, which will take us to lap 200. 200? I wish. Take us to lap 100. And then we will take probably a proper break there. Although that might be the biggest mistake I could make, is actually giving myself a chance to really start getting tired. At the minute, I still feel all in. Yeah, they count the time in the pits as the outlap. I think it depends which side of the line that you're on. So if you've already crossed the line as you get into the pit box, or not. But yeah, there was someone had asked why don't we pause. The main reason being is that if we did, it probably then would be too easy against the AI, because once you do get out in front of them, it is still a little bit easy to break away. Whereas if we actually run the clock properly and include it within all of our breaks, obviously the AI will run ahead in some cases, because that's what we're up against. We're up against the AI. And the advantage that the AI has against us is that we sometimes could do with a rest, a break, and the AI doesn't need that. So that's the challenge, to then see if we can then have the pace to catch back up. So as we can see, we're 7.5 minutes behind now. So it kind of feels like with each pit stop that we do, and every time that we take a couple of minute break or 5 minute break, by the time we go back into the pits, we've more or less caught them up normally, unless we're on the soft tyres doing the 5 lap stints, in which case it's normally every few you know, every 10 laps we tend to catch up the gap that we've spent in our break. But this time round we've done whatever, 6 minutes or whatever it was in the pits. We got 7 minute gap there, but we're going to do 8 laps, so hopefully we can claw that back. We will make sure that we're not lapped by the time we come to do the last sort of 5-10 laps, because I couldn't bear doing 199 laps and then getting told that we've been lapped and we don't get to do the final one, which wouldn't be very good. So once again, massive thank you to everyone who's tuned in. If you haven't done so already, please do hit the like button, hit subscribe. You know all the stuff to do. I will not tire of saying it, how much I appreciate anybody that is in the stream at the minute. We're still a very small channel. I know when Super GT done this, he still had hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Rory had already passed the 100k mark. Whereas we're doing this right at the beginning. We're doing it the wrong way around, really. Is we're using this hopefully as a chance for for some more people to find out about the channel, and certainly about the fundraiser and everything that we're doing with our pilot series and everything that we're trying to put together. But it doesn't always work that way, so we could be live streaming for what will be 36 hours doing 200 laps, and YouTube might not actually show this stream to anybody new. So that's the gamble that we're taking. So anybody that is tuning in, you have no idea how much it helps and how much it supports the channel. Even if you just leave your device running and you're not actually watching it, I promise you that helps. And I really do appreciate it. So everybody who's in the chat and hanging about for as long as you have been, it really, really does mean a lot. And that's why we're doing the fundraiser. The cars that we've done for the episode, we're finished filming with them now. We could have easily gone and sold them on, but we hoped, or we thought that maybe if we do the fundraiser, then someone who's been subscribed to the channel from the very early days, you know, anything sort of sub 5,000, sub 10,000 is real early days of a channel, and they can be the most difficult times to try and, or the most painful times trying to grow the channel. It can take the longest to go from 0 to 10, and then after that it feels like you're off to the races then. And so yeah, it would be amazing if someone won that has been subscribed at like such an early part of the channel. Plus they're cool cars. The BMW 1 Series, cracking little car. A 123D twin, not twin turbo but twin fold, and it has been mapped as well. It is flipping rapid. And then as for the Mazda MX-5, well, that was my car in the challenge, and what a dream it was to actually own that car and do the journey that we did. Unbelievable scenes. GT got the COVID viewers as well. Yeah, it was during COVID, wasn't it? Yeah. Nah, Super GT's awesome though. He is the reason that I started this channel. I always wanted to do like the real in-world, you know, real-world in-car challenge type stuff, and I knew I would get round to that eventually. But I always also wanted a gaming channel of some kind. Where, you know, whatever it was that we were playing, initially I thought FIFA, a gaming channel of some sort, and I always loved the race and loved playing Gran Turismo, and seeing him have a channel that made videos about it, I was like, oh my god, I can actually just set up a channel about motorsport and sim racing and chatting about all that sort of stuff, and so that's what we went and done. James, he hasn't gone and done that, has he? Mate, flipping hell, man. I don't know why I went American there. Jesus, mate, thank you so much. What an absolute hero. I really wasn't expecting that, mate. Thank you very, very, very much. bloody heck, James. Yeah, exactly. Man of his word. Yes, he is. What a hero. What an absolute hero. Now, I'm not going to sound ungrateful here, James. So, I really, please don't think that I am being ungrateful. Why didn't you do that on the crowdfunder? Because then you could have entered to win the cars. Or you're not bothered about an MX-5 and 1 Series. What a hero, mate. What, so kind. Thank you very, very much. You're in P1 by lap 100. Oh my god. Right, okay. Yeah, I agree. P1 by lap 100. Let's go. Let's go. Right, I'm locked in again now. We're locked back in. P1 by lap 100. Let's have it. Come on. Oh, you've done 20 on the cars. Oh my god, mate. So kind. Right, what an absolute hero. Jesus Christ, mate. Are you gonna wake up with a? Are you been drinking? Are you gonna wake up with a hangover and think, what have I realised tomorrow what you've just done? Oh, big save. Big save. Keep going. Nothing to see there. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. 4 AM here. Yeah, I think we are knocking on to... Are we at 3 or are we at 4? We're at 3 over here. I've tried to stop looking at the clock, to be honest with you. By the time we hit 100 laps, it'll be 4 AM. And that will be 13 hours. No, it won't. It'll be 13 and a half hours that we've been going. Now, that would suggest that it'll be 27 hours by the time we finish, but I think we'll end up needing some bigger breaks. I'm surprised at myself. The biggest break we've took was like 15 minutes. The rest have all been definitely less than 10, sort of 5 minutes just over. Right, come on. It's going to be tricky on the medium tyres to manage this, mind. I just want you all to know that. Right, P1 by lap 100. Come on. Genuinely, guys, the suggestion for that, who was it that suggested that? Cameron. Tremendous shout, tremendous idea. I said we needed some games to keep us entertained. I think that's just going to be it. It's just pick a lap. And that's when we have to be back in P1 after we've had a pit stop. It just keeps me focused and locked on rather than aimlessly. I do have to say, if we were racing against normal AI, for all that we would have had the rain, aimlessly driving around for the 200 laps, that's where it becomes a killer. But this just gives it a little bit of something, even for people tuning in and watching. I think it's surely got to be a bit more entertaining, with some actually genuinely quick AI that we can sort of say that we are racing against. My wrists now, I've got to be honest though, are absolutely killing though. Definitely more entertaining, absolutely. Right, did we just have a glitch on the stream there, or are we all good? I feel like we just had a glitch on the stream. Are we all alright? Or has it gone off? Is it alright or has it gone off? No, I think we're all good. I think we're all good. No chat during corners. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. My bad. My bad. All clear. Good stuff. Just looked as if it had glitched a bit on the on Streamlabs, telling me that it had dropped some frames. Drop City, sorry I didn't say hello when you actually, I did reply to you when you said no chat in the corners though. But I didn't say hello. Thank you so much for tuning in, buddy. Really appreciate it. And thank you for subscribing as well. What a hero. Right, come on. We want P1 by the end of lap 100. Now we're on the medium tyres, so we're not going to catch up lap by lap as quick as we do on the softs. But the gap is 5 minutes 15 and we've got 6 laps to go. Well, that's true. To chat you have to sub, so that, yeah, good point. A little underhand tactic. It mostly is to stop the amount of spam that you get from people just tuning into the streams and sending you all, trying to send you all sorts of dodgy websites. How old is GT7? I think it came out in did it come out 2022 or 2023? 2022, I think. Maybe it was 2023 actually. Yeah, I think it was 22. Has to be, surely. Yeah, I don't really do other sims. We have done a little bit of ACC. James will jump in at this point. The graphics do look really good on Gran Turismo. That's probably there. Obviously, it feels still super realistic and looks, you know, mega. It's still got great gameplay. The graphics is better than any other sim, I think. Especially when it comes to some of their their exterior replay shots and all that sort of stuff. It looks absolutely tremendous. Yeah, 2022. Thought so. Yeah, it was March 2022 then. No, I haven't tried LMU yet. I probably do need to get on it. I probably end up being way too behind all of the actual releases. The new ACC I still haven't even been on yet either. which is not very good. Not very good that I haven't been on it, not that the game's not very good. I wouldn't know because I haven't been on it, which is not very good. Evo doesn't feel good. I think that's the one that I've got then. Evo? No. Which one have I got? I can't remember. I only really raced it a couple of times, and then I did struggle to get used to it, and admittedly didn't put much more practice into it. Evo is the new one, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I haven't been on that one then. Remember, P1 after 100 laps. Yeah, if we can get back to P1. That's what we're aiming for. We'll be slightly slower at closing the door on this one because the closing the gap because on the medium tyres we're a little bit slower. So rather than closing a minute to a minute or 30 on the softs, but having to stop in the middle as well after 5 laps, it's a bit more like closing maybe 30 to 40 seconds a lap on the mediums, but not having to stop. No. Nice to see you still doing the 200 lap challenge. Yeah. we're still pushing. And we're not even halfway there yet, and we've been going for 13 hours. No, it'll be more than that now. I don't even know anymore. I don't even know anymore. No, we've been going for 14 hours. I actually don't even know. Since 12:30, and it's now 3:15 in the morning. 12 hours. Yeah, nearly 15 hours. That's grim. That is grim. 14 hours 35, there you go. P1 after lap 100 though, that's what we're aiming for. It's quite good splitting it up into like 10-20 lap chunks, because then it feels like loads of just mini races. It makes it a little bit more bearable. Still, it's 200 laps of the Nurburgring, there's nothing much bearable about it. Roughly takes 28 hours, yeah, but every 10 laps or every 20 laps we're taking a little bit of a break just to make sure that we don't, like, you know, to try and actually look after ourselves. Make sure we don't end up with deep vein thrombosis from not moving my legs for 30 odd hours. Yeah, we're looking at P1 for lap 100. That's the aim. Gap is 3:56. We got 5 laps to go. Oh. Whoa, that's front wheel up on that curb unsettled us. The only problem I've got now is that I've got the door open because we've got an aircon unit, but it needs the, you know, the ones where like the pipe goes out the door. Well, it's meant to go out a window, but I've got no windows in the office. It is just the 2 big doors. So now what we keep getting is flies and moths and all sorts, spiders coming in. $30 hours and 44 minutes estimated. That's how long you reckon it's going to take us. Oh, actually, yeah, I can see down on the bottom we've been going for 14 hours since we started this. Keep you on my toes, yeah. It will do when we got spiders flying across my face. Right, I need some sort of reward if I manage to get P1 by lap 100. Maybe as I get to like down 3 cherry Pepsis or something like that. Let's have a think about what it'll be. Apart from what might be, we'll say probably a 30-minute break, something like that. I don't know if I want to do 30 minutes, that's quite a long break to be fair. Especially when at the minute I do feel fine. I might start reverting back to the 5-lap stints though. Just means a more regular chance to check in on kind of like how we're doing. If we need to move. Oh, speaking of spiders and creepy crawlies, there's one right on the wall there. Can you see it? Don't know if you'll be in shot. There it is there. Oh! Didn't think that through. $1 million check. Right, well in that case I'll get my foot down. I'm not bothered who the $1 million check's from, just as long as it doesn't bounce when we try and cash it in. Yeah, can't think of a worthy reward for 100 laps of the Nords. Well, imagine doing 100 laps of the Nords and then going, right, that was good, let's do that again. That's what we've got to do when we get there. But at least then I know I'm over the halfway mark and then I'm edging closer and closer towards the finish line. Whereas at the minute, all I'm edging closer towards is the halfway mark. Once we've passed it, I feel like I'll be onto a winner. Yeah. Yeah, to think about how did we end up here? It is mad because I actually do blame COVID. In all seriousness, it all did stem from COVID because when we had the lockdowns, I'd just started I'd been running my freelance business for a couple of years at that point, or about just under a year and a half, or actually about a year and a half. And I just started to get to the point where I was starting to get recommended for sort of decent jobs, decent clients. Just felt like it was starting to get quite busy. I'd done a couple of jobs for a big PR agency next to us, which thankfully is actually carried on still. But at the time it was like, oh, right, great. Now I feel like I'm maybe getting somewhere. And then COVID hit and lost all the clients that I'd built up over 18 months, which was really, really brutal. And I was desperately stressing on for work. Like, desperately thinking, like, what on earth is it that I do? Got no money, got no clients. Everything that I've just worked towards for the past year and a half's, like, gone. So I was stressing to bits. And then I thought, actually, do you know what? I'll just take a night off. Like, I'll just make the most of a night off. I put Gran Turismo on. Because I knew if I started playing FIFA, I would be getting beat by some like 9-year-old on FIFA Ultimate Team, and I'd be raging. Like, once he put 12 goals past me, I'd just be fuming. So I was like, let's just not do that. Let's play Gran Turismo. And I put that on, and I was on until literally 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. Like, sun had risen, and I was like, just lap after lap after lap after lap. I was like, oh, I've missed my bedtime. So went to bed, woke up the next day, or the next afternoon, literally like 4 p.m. in the afternoon. I was like, my, what's happened here? Should never have started playing Gran Turismo, but that was what got me into it. And then throughout all of COVID, I was like, right, let's try and do some, you know, get good at sim racing and see what sort of content we might be able to make. And then that was when I then found Super GT and realised it actually would be something that you could build a channel on. So it all started from there. Right, 2 minutes 40. I don't think that we're not really making the inroads that we need to be making here, are we? Yeah, no competitive game these days is relaxing. That's right. Oh, I get so competitive, for FIFA especially. Call of Duty, I had to stop playing. Because, oh, even just thinking about it, that's all I think about is just that sort of tenseness of just getting raging every time you died. As soon as I think about Call of Duty, oh God, my heart rate doubles. It's just like, just get raging straight away. So it used to annoy me so much, especially at school. Everybody, especially at school, everybody would be playing Call of Duty, and then I would go on, and they would absolutely like rinse me, and they would all be better than me and doing 360 bloody no scopes and stuff. And I'd just be like, does no one want to play FIFA? Why don't you want to play Ultimate Team for? Right, I'm starting to get good timing, because I'll use that as my excuse. I'm starting to get flies coming in on the screen, which is starting to really do my head in. We'll send that one. Of course we'll send that one. Oh, Fortnite. See, I never played Fortnite, but is that the sort of same generational levels of rage? Yeah, anything competitive. Especially if I thought that I was like good at it. So FIFA, I used to think I was unbelievable at. And then you would go online and you'd be getting absolutely like smashed to pieces in like the first 5 minutes. You'd be 7-0 down at half time and I'd still be sat there thinking, oh, I can pull it back. I can pull it back. I'd maybe score 1 goal in that half while he still puts in another 8. And then I'd be thinking, right, I just need to just call it a day now. And then Gran Turismo has become a bit like that. But I feel like I am all right at Gran Turismo. But now we're at the point where when we go into the A+ lobbies, we're just nowhere in terms of pace. And that's the big difference for me now. We're getting decent race results sometimes. But it often is, you know, kind of sometimes a bit lucky. And then when we end up on the higher lobbies and you're just getting like, you're just never catching anybody on the grid. You're already starting at the back, even though your quali time you thought was mint. You're starting at the back of the grid knowing that you're not even going to catch up P15. It's like, oh, come on. Realised I didn't have the time or energy to get good, yeah. Still a bit off the pace here though. Not good. You try and start closing up because I've only got 3 more laps. Well, technically 4 to close up 1 minute 40. So what's that? 45. Still got to close. I would just say at least to be safe 30 seconds a lap. Or close to 30 seconds a lap. P2 is always, yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it? At one point, that Kent did lead briefly, but I think it was when one had gone into the pits earlier than the other. And then, yeah, it seems to have just stayed that distance the whole time. Right, it's 3:30. We have officially been gone, in terms of when I press live on the stream, for 15 hours. Pulled many an all-nighter and an all-day before. Oh, you're asking me or are you telling me? Oh, asking me. I've done a few, but it's always just been like work-related. I'm not a party person or anything like that, so it literally has been for very boring reasons. I feel like I've done loads, but I'm trying to think of one. One was an interesting one. I'll tell you this little story. So I had a client who used to do, for YouTube, used to do videos around like cars getting wrapped. So it was like the before and afters, and used to work with the actual like the actual fitters, the actual wrappers is what she used to work with. To make videos and feature the cars that they were, projects that they were working on. And the story goes is that this is a good few years ago, whatever year it was, I can't remember. It would have been 2020, at a guess, it would have been 2019, I think. 2019 or 20, yeah, I think it was knocking into 2020 actually, because COVID was like still a thing, I think. Or before, anyway, it doesn't matter. So, booking a load of dates for whatever year it was for the August of that year. So I'm speaking to her in like the start of July, and she said, "Oh, you know, can I book you for Wednesday the 10th, and can I book you for this and for that and for the 30th and all this?" So yeah. So I had put all the dates in. And then she was like, "Oh, and can I book you for the 27th for a job at Bookmore Park as well?" I was like, yeah, no worries, what's all that about? And it was basically she was doing a race with or not doing a race because she didn't race, but it was like a karting episode where a professional karter was going to show her how to race. So it was all the way down in Bookmore Park, which for someone who lives in Newcastle is very, very far. So it was like a 7-hour drive. But I was like, yeah, no worries, book that in for the 27th, all good, no worries. And then a couple of weeks later, so this is still in July, a couple of weeks later, I got a message at like 11 p.m. at night. And that day, I'd already been up really early, like 6-7 o'clock, out of the office, working all day, filming, doing whatever. Got back, 11 p.m, literally about to go to bed, and I got a message off her saying, "Oh, when you get to the hotel, there's an Asda car park across the road. If the car park's full, you can park in the Asda, and they'll verify the parking for you." And I was like, that's a really specific text message to get like a month before the filming. I was like, that's a bit weird. And I mentioned it to Layla, and Layla had said, "Well, when are you filming?" I was like, "Oh, it's not till the 27th of August." I was like, "But it's weeks away." She was like, "Well, are you sure it's August? Because it's the 27th tomorrow." And I was like, "Oh no, don't say that." So I phoned her up and I was like, "Steph, are you at the hotel now? And she was like, yeah, I'm here now. Why? What's wrong? And I was like, oh, we're meant to be filming tomorrow, aren't we? She's like, yeah. I was like, so it wasn't, when you said the 27th, you didn't mean August, did you? You meant tomorrow. She was like, yeah, I meant this month. Why? Where are you? I was like, I'm still in Newcastle. I haven't left because I didn't think that we were filming tomorrow. So we were meant to be starting at 8 o'clock in the morning. So I drove straight over. I was like, right, okay, I hate letting people down. And I felt like this was a really good client. Turned out not to be. It was a complete waste of time. But anyway, I was like, right, I don't want to let you down, so I'm going to head straight there now to get there in the morning. So headed over to the office. In the frantic panic of trying to load everything out of my office into the van, I'd managed to lock myself out of the office because I left my fob key to get into the building in the office on the first trip up the stairs. Brought everything down, the door closed behind me, obviously locked shut. And I was like, oh shit, don't believe this. It gets worse, yeah. So then I got locked outside the office for about an hour and a half. Had to phone the other guy that I was sharing the office with, or who was working with me at the time. I was like, Cale, can I please come through to yours? He lived like 20 miles away. I was like, I'm so sorry, I know it's like midnight, but can I please come to yours to get your key for the office? Went through there, got his key, got back to the office for about 1 o'clock in the morning, packed up the last of my stuff and like headed straight off. So drove straight down to Buckmore Park directly, did not stop a single time, no services, no nothing. 7-hour drive starting at 1 a.m. We were due to be filming for like 8:30. I literally arrived. It was a 7-hour drive, 7.5-hour drive. I literally got there at 8:29. Got out of the van, slid the side door open, took my camera out and started filming. I was like, at that point I'd already been going for 24 hours, or 26 hours, whatever it would have been. So I was up from 6 o'clock the morning before. Done an entire day's filming, 8 hours of filming, finished at 4:30. So from 8:30 till 4:30. And then packed everything up and then drove back home in one go. And so I didn't get back until 11 p.m. that night. So yeah, so that in itself was like close to 40 hours or whatever. When I worked it out, I'd done 40, like just over 40 hours basically non-stop, which was a bit ridiculous. But that's how desperate I was to not let somebody down. And you know the most annoying thing is that I was doing the video for free. All that I was getting was my fuel money. So I'd done all of that to not let somebody down, to make sure I didn't let anybody down. And then when I sent her the invoice for my fuel money and the hotel, which I didn't end up staying in the hotel obviously, but when I sent her the fuel money for the job, for like the 80 quid, she was like, oh, can you give me a couple of months to pay this please? I was like, are you for real? Like, absolutely ridiculous. The total invoice was 300 quid because I did charge for the editing, but I drove all the way down there, done all of that filming for free just for the fuel money, which was like 80 quid. And then I was like, oh, this sounds like a really promising, very good opportunity. I can't wait to work on this. Please let me work on this. I will do only the editing I will charge for. And it still took me like 6 days to edit, and I only charged for like 300 quid a day, which is still less than minimum wage. I just think when I look back, the stuff that I have done, like nobody has a clue. And this was a channel that she was like not willing to, I'm going to go off on a rant now, but like she was not willing to invest any money into that channel. To the point where she's like bartering me down to like do some editing days for free, doing filming for free. I agreed to it, still didn't want to let her down. Done all of that, done all the videos. They never even posted the videos. They'd given up on the idea like by the time I'd even sent the videos across. I was like, really? And then here's me putting 10 grand of my own money, of my life savings and credit cards and loans, into one single episode of this pilot series. And I'm sat here looking, going like, well, who's the idiot? Someone who cries having no money to like rope gullible freelancers and people just starting out into their hopes and dreams that they don't really believe in, otherwise they would put money into it. Are they actually the clever ones? Because then they get all the videos with no risk, and they get to see if it works and try it all out, and then go, oh, actually that's not for me, that. And they've not lost anything other than a couple of days of filming time. Or is the idiot me? Or is the clever one me for doing it all properly and putting all the money in and really wanting it to succeed? I think I'm the one that's in the right, but sometimes I don't half question. I'll tell you that for nothing. Like this person that we've done the video for sold me on all the big ideas. Oh, we're going to do this, we're going to sell it into this, we're going to make all this money, it's going to be amazing, you can have a split of the profits, like you can have shares in the company. I was like, oh brilliant, shares in the company, what's the company called? She was like, oh well, we don't have a company, we're just all set up as sole traders, so there's no actual limited company that you would have shares in, but like we'll be all really honest about the numbers. And I was like, all right, okay, yeah, like 10 red flags right there in front of me, and I'm just like, yeah, no worries. Just like dead keen to work on something that I was like really passionate and proud of. But nobody sees all those like many hours driving down to London for free, going 40 hours with no sleep, like all of this stuff. And it's just, I don't know, it's just absolutely mental. And then people see me doing a stream like this and they're like, oh, that's a bit daft. And I'm like, yeah, but I've definitely done worse. So, you know, this driving for 36 hours, you know, we're doing it on a simulator. I have done that in real life. So, yeah, I don't know, honestly, crazy. When I think back of some of the stuff, none of it of which feels like it's contributed, but like mental strength, it probably has done. Experience the exact same kind of client, the feeling inside you're sat there doing the work. Yeah. You know you're giving less than you're worth. Yeah. And the thing with that, the best advice that I've learned and that I can give is that you make sure you do everything you can to put yourself as the person of influence. So now I'm going to have a new lease of life if we're talking about business stuff. Genuinely, Daniel Priestley, read his book, Key Person of Influence. You want to be the person that people think of when they need something in your chosen field and area of expertise. You want to be the voice of all knowledge and all reason and everything that they go to. I've sat, so obviously we do, you know, we've got our own YouTube channel and stuff, and we're working really hard on it and trying to do our best with that. But we also do that for clients as well, like help produce videos and websites videos and YouTube videos and all that sort of stuff. And I've sat in a room with clients, not that our channels are massive, but 3,000 subscribers on here, 10,000 subscribers, approaching 10,000 subscribers on my drum channel. I've had videos on the drum channel that's done 1 million views. I've had drum videos that have gone viral, 500, 600, 700,000 views, which for a small drum channel is very good. And I've had clients say, oh, can you give us some advice? And like, because we want to do the same thing. And I remember one, this is all relevant to you here, Cameron. I've sat in an office for 3 hours with a company, music agency, that was more or less going to go bust if they carried on, you know, with competition coming in, doing more modern stuff, promo videos online, social media marketing, all that kind of carry on. And basically they were getting eaten up by their competition, right? Taking all of their slice of the pie. And this business was like, oh, we really need some help, like on the marketing side and like YouTube side and social media side of stuff, video production. Can you help? Like, we're desperate. It's like, yeah, no worries. And I knew the guy that worked with him, with the owner. So I went over for free. And this is what this is what genuinely changed my entire mindset. So I went in, told them everything that I genuinely believe they should be doing. I was like, first of all, look, all of your videos for your promo stuff like need to be modernized, they need to be professionally shot. They just had, at the time, loads of videos of these wedding bands and stuff just filmed from an iPhone at the back of a room. But the iPhone was from like, it was like the first ever iPhone. It was like videos from like 2006, 7, 8, still up in 2024 on these pages. I was like, look guys, these are turning people away more than they are bringing people in. You want really professionally, really good shot stuff, because that's just now the standard. Unfortunately, you need to spend a bit of money doing it properly. That's just the standard, and that's what you need to do. That's like the first thing. I was like, your website is really difficult to navigate. Like, I told them everything. I was like, look, thumbnails on all these videos. People don't know what your channel is. It's going to be really difficult to find. I get all the information they could possibly need. They literally, at the end, turned around and just went, I disagree. I was like, what do you mean you disagreed? Well, I don't think, like, you know, you're telling us we need to spend loads of money on these videos. I was like, no, you don't need to spend loads of money. They just need to be really good. So if you can do them yourself, but they just need to be way better than what you're doing. Nah, I just disagree. I thought, I've just spent 3 hours here, haven't told you everything you need to do. And they literally turned around and said, nah, I disagree. Now, the difference here is that if, at that point, this is a really long story, sorry, but it does genuinely, I hope, help you, Cameron, is that if I was Stephen Bartlett, I always use him as the example, if I was Stephen Bartlett, because he's the social media guru, or I was Gary Vee, or I was Alex Hormozy, sat in that seat telling them the same thing, they would have listened to every word and they would have implemented it like that, because those people are the key person of influence. And they look at those people and they go, that's what they've got, that's what I want, I will listen to what they tell me to do. Whereas I didn't have the Gary Vee personal brand, or I didn't have the Alex Hormozy personal brand. I had David Winter, who has a drum channel and a racing channel that are doing pretty well, or, you know, starting to do pretty well. That was all that I had. And for them to turn around and just say, I disagree, was so annoying, but it was what then led me. So I then set up another YouTube channel, which was just focused on all my stuff on business. So I was like, I can go into really, really deep, detailed stuff about business stuff, about marketing stuff, about whatever. And I've got a whole channel dedicated to like all of that. And then I can send them people that stuff in advance, so they can see exactly what I'm talking about, and they can go, right, actually, he knows what he's on about. He's not just someone with a drum channel and someone with a racing channel that seems to be just about getting off the ground. He actually does know what he's talking about. And so that long-winded rant, which has at least covered 3 laps of the Nurburgring, I think, Cameron, hopefully, is what I highly recommend that you do. So when we come now to work with clients for video, it's not clients coming to us and saying, right, we wanted this, but we want it done this way, and we want it done that way, and we're not going to work with you unless this, and having the client demand everything. Where we have got now, it was really difficult to turn down work, and it's really not a nice thing to do, but now we do it all the time. So now we'll say, look, if we spot any red flags, we go, you're not the type of person that we think that we should work with, or this is the way that we do it. If you don't want to work that way, that is fine. We will recommend you some other people, but we can't guarantee that they will get as good results. And when everything is done our way, we've got our contract, which everybody has to sign before we do a project. Usually it was just taking someone's word that they would pay us. When I very first started out, got done over so many times. I could spend the next 100 laps telling you about every story I've been done over on. And all of them were a learning lesson on like just how not to get absolutely, you know, bent over. And so, yeah, now people come to us, it's our way or no way. And if people don't want to work that way, that's perfectly fine, because we are at the point now where we can say we are absolutely better than majority of the people that you're going for, or that could provide you the same thing. We're definitely the best option for the budget that you have, and we know that nobody else can like outdo us for the effort that we put in, the quality that we bring, the ideas that we bring. And so if people say that they don't want to work, or they say, oh, I found someone cheaper to do it, you just go, no worries. Because in my experience over the past 10 years, everybody who's turned around and said, first of all, oh, I found someone cheaper, has either always came back and said, oh, they've messed it up, could you actually do it? Or they've said, oh, we weren't happy with the video, would you be able to fix it? In my experience, they've always came back with that. Or just when you've asked them and said, oh, how did you get on? They've always said it was a bit of a car crash. So I'm now confident enough in my own experience and abilities. I'm waiting to learn a lesson where I get knocked down a peg or two, but I'm now overly confident, which is probably not a good thing, to the point where anybody who disagrees with me, I'm just like, right, well, we'll find out in 10 years' time. F you. And I have a bit of a, it is borderline arrogant attitude, but it has come from 10 years of being like consistently done over and consistently having been proved right, when a few months later they've came back and went, oh, actually we should listen to you. So yeah, so if you're getting clients that are doing you over a little bit, or are, when you say undercharging, you want to make sure you're setting the price, and then if they don't agree with it, you just say no worries at all, which is, it's never great, especially if you've just started out. I probably don't recommend doing that if you've just started out. I do feel like the best thing for me that played out in the long run probably was working like undercharged massively, got done over massively on like 10 million rounds and revisions, but then it built up that impression of David's really easy to work with. Like, yes, the project was a nightmare, but nothing was too much trouble. He was absolutely like really nice about it all. Like, that is genuinely, that is what everyone says about us now, which then makes it easier because the first impressions last essentially a lifetime. So now when we go, right, this is the way that we do it, the first impression that they have of David was really nice to work with, it doesn't get undone as quickly as you would think. So even though now we're really strict and we go, right, if you haven't signed this contract, we're not doing the work. If you haven't paid the deposit, we're not doing the work. We still have a little bit of flex where we know, where we use a little bit of common sense, but yeah, purchase orders is another one. If you work with big clients, make sure you get purchase orders off them before you start the work, so that the funds are guaranteed. But yeah, anyways, all that rant, and I'll actually reply to what your comments are. Since it's just me and you left here now, Cameron. Either that or everybody else has switched off because we start talking business stuff and it's a bit too boring. But I will sit and talk business stuff all day. P1, well done. Yeah, we got P1 before lap 100, which is good. Guy who drew a logo on a napkin. Yeah, and the toilet walked. Charge millions for it. Yeah, exactly. Well, there's a great guy called Chris. I'm gonna forget his second name. You'll probably have seen him, Cameron. He runs the Future. Futur, no E on the end. Future. Chris. I'm gonna forget his surname. He's called Chris, though. He always wears the sort of like the big hat cap with glasses. Really cool guy, though. And he says the guy who drew the Nike logo, it literally sketched it out in 20 minutes. But that is a logo that is worth billions. And it shouldn't always be about how much time you put into it. So you want to charge per product, not per hour. That is a massive thing. Because when clients come back and go, well, it shouldn't take you too long, you go, well, that's all right. Hopefully it shouldn't take me too long. But I want to make sure that I give you the best possible logo, so I'm charging you for the product of the best possible logo. All my years' experience, all my thoughts, ideas, understanding about your brand, your business. I'm bringing all of that. I'm not charging you by the hour, because by default, that should mean that if you want it to be really good, I will just spend a really long time on it, and I charge you for it, and that's unfair. So yeah, when people come back and go, how much do you charge per hour? You never charge by the hour. And that's not ripping people off, by the way. As much as it sounds like it is, that's not ripping people off. That is charging for a service, not your time. So charging for a service is totally different to charging for hour by hour. And you want to think in business terms of not swapping time for money. Yeah, he's really cool, isn't he? Yeah. Uncanny how much of the things I've said have been one-to-one with my experience in the year or so that you've been at it. Yeah, so you've been starting for a year. Oh mate, you're gonna get so much if you stay around. You're gonna get so much unsolicited business advice thrown at you now, because there's no one else on, so we might as well. we might as well chat it through. Yeah, only charge per product at this point. Good. Yeah, but that's the thing. So when you're saying there, but I dislike it because it makes clients not understand time to money ratios. Yeah, but you then want to make sure that you're charging enough that you clear any that if it takes you twice as long as you thought, you're still in the green. So we started to have problems, or I started to have problems before we had the team as well, where I would start saying, right, it's just X amount. I would never say it's X amount for a video. You would still, behind the scenes, work it out and say, right, roughly that's going to be 1 day of filming, or it's going to be half a day of filming. We started, just a little side note before I go on to the next bit, we started saying only half a day or a full day. We would only ever book the two, because you would always get people going, oh, well, it should only take an hour to film it, or it's only a 5-minute video, so it should only take you half an hour. How much do you charge for half an hour? And it'd be like, look, we charge by half day or we charge by full day. Chances are, if you think it'll only take half an hour, if it does, that's great, but in our experience, it still takes half a day. Travel there, set up, chat with you, have a couple of run-throughs, actually get recording. By the time we need a couple more takes, whatever, it's half a day, and we only book by the two. But anyways, we'll work it out a quote, so we'll say, right, it's a half a day of filming, and we reckon it'll take 2 days to edit. We'll still have a rough cost workings out. We've still got day rates, we've still got hourly rates, things that we work out, and that's what forms our cost. Woohoo! That's what forms our cost. But we don't put down on the sheet to the client on an invoice 12 hours of editing time, 18 hours of this or that, or at least like break it down to an hourly cost. We do actually still put down the amount of days that we think it would take to edit, but we don't put a day rate right beside that number. I'll send you some if you email me, Cameron, by the way, I'll send you some examples of our quotes and stuff like that. If it might help, it might not. Ignore it by all means, but hopefully it'll help. Because I hate seeing freelancers, especially people that are just starting out, like getting done over. So one thing that we'll also do now as well, which could be helpful for you on your... So I learned a good trick, which is have your invoice, have your cost, and then add 20 or 30%. And what we've started doing that for now is for... we do a lot of video shoots where just other ideas get thrown into the mix. Something happens on the day, you have to hire something, you have to hire someone, you have to fix something else. Oh, you have to fix something in the edit. So if you do your cost, say it's £1,000, just for easy numbers. If you add 20%, that would be £200, or $200, 200, and then that 200 is your contingency, and that goes onto the invoice. And you say this contingency is for any extra time that's spent, any extra costs that are incurred, that is already then accounted for and paid for, so that should something have to be hired because of your request, or should we have to hire somebody in because of your request, or if someone of your team's not available to present the camera and we need to hire an actor in or an actress to come and present those words to camera, that budget is already covered. Because if we have to go to you to get approval on that cost, that's going to delay your project. We're not going to get it filmed. You're going to lose your money on the dates that we were supposed to be filming. You're going to lose your deposit, yada yada yada. Are you happy to just approve that extra 200 in case we need it? They will then say yes, and you go, jobs are good. Then it is legitimately there to cover any extra costs. The other thing that we started doing was on our bigger projects, and this is the one that will be helpful for you. So on our bigger projects, requires a lot of planning and a lot of meetings and phone calls and back and forwards and logistics and dates and thinking about who needs to turn up at what venue and location and what time and all the rest of it. Like really boring stuff. Storyboarding the ideas for the video, all the boring stuff. So now we will do a flat, like 10 hours allowance into that, and that's built into the quote. So we say if we don't need these 10 hours, you will not be charged fully for them. But in our experience, it's going to take 10 hours of planning for this video, and that's what we put on the invoice or on the quote. So our project before anything begins is like 250 quid for planning, and what you could do is £250 or whatever the budget or number would be for kind of like what you would call brand discussion or brand identity. So the big PR agency that we work with does a lot of that, where before they even design anything, they will have spent meetings and many hours and meetings and putting together like a brand identity and a philosophy and all that sort of stuff. So that might be a helpful thing for you to do. It's still work that you have to do. You're still talking to the client, you're still having a meeting and phone call with them and asking them loads of questions. And the more you can ask them about as well, by the way, the more you can ask them about their brand and their business numbers as well, the more businessy that you can chat with them. I've found when I'm sat talking to a business owner about like their lifetime customer value and it's numbers that they don't even know, and they're like, oh my god, I don't even know that, and I'm like, well, we know ours, so, and we're making the video for you. Then all of a sudden they have a lot more of an understanding, because then they see you as like a fellow business owner rather than just the guy who's going to make their video or the guy who's going to make their logo. Because so many times the amount of people that I was doing work for, the ones that I got stitched up on and like really properly truly done over, are the ones where they had zero respect for me and they just thought that I like worked for them. They had no respect for the fact that I had my own business, that I'd set my own thing up, that I had all my own equipment. It was just like, oh yeah, come here you're going to do a video for us, and it was on like their terms. And so we just make sure that's not the case now. And if anybody dares to try and like, I get really offended now if people try and almost treat me like an employee. I'm like, no, it's the other way around. Like, you are a client that also works for us as well as we work for you. You are purchasing a product and service from a legit business, and just the amount of like dodgy business owners that have been like, oh well, I'll pay you, I'll pay you this. It's like, no, you won't. We can work backwards from that budget. If that's your budget, that's fine. And we can tell you what you get with that money. You do not tell us what we do for the amount that you are giving us. I've had that so many times. They'll give me an idea for a video. I'll say, oh well, that's actually going to cost about $3.5 grand. We literally had this, and he was like, no, I'm paying you $1,000. So I'm like, you're not. To make a totally different video, yeah, absolutely. But otherwise, what you've asked for is $3.5. But anyways, I hope any of that helps. That was 4 laps of the Nurburgring worth of maybe useful, maybe pointless advice. But yeah, I just remember the first 2 years of me freelancing were the most difficult 2 years. Then I had COVID, so the most difficult 2.5, 3 years of my entire life. And I genuinely, if I was starting again, I don't know if I could start again, because I'm 9 years in now and it feels like I'm only just getting started. Sorry, I was chatting a lot there, and you've been putting some very like contextual comments in there, so I'm not seeing them. Yeah, I mean, to be honest though, Cameron, as well, so just on your first one there, charging pennies for the work, I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be coming back. But just very quickly, because we're at the halfway point now, by the way. When you say about it's a trap of getting clients at this price point, if you are genuinely really like a good designer, I would immediately just target bigger clients. That's what I wish I'd done 5 years ago. Just target bigger and better clients. Because you can either do 10 jobs all at $100 each or $10 each or whatever, or you can do one job at $1,000 or $10,000, whatever the number would be. And yeah, I know when you're saying they're making friends and then having to lose them, but they're probably not the type of businesses realistically that you want to work with, because that's everything that I went through there. Everything that I went to. Small local businesses, an auntie's friend or a cousin or an uncle or this or that, or they've got a little store or a little coffee shop, go do a video for them. Small businesses, bear this in mind as well, because you've got to have some sympathy for the business owners. Small businesses are lucky to make a 10% net profit at the end of the year. So a coffee house might do 100 grand a year. They're lucky if they make 10% net profit, which is 10 grand. At best, they would be doing 20, which is 20 grand, and that's what the business owner probably takes home. So they've normally got a couple of quid, literally, in my experience. Small local businesses for logos and videos, and it's stuff that they don't desperately need to do. It's always a nice to have, so they don't prioritise it. Whereas we've started now working with the likes of the NHS and big councils and all that sort of stuff, and government, where they do really need the videos and they need them to be done properly. Anyways, that is my business lecture. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'll probably read some of them comments though, and genuinely, while we're on, if there's any other questions that you have, I will do my absolute very best to answer. But yes, halfway done, and now we count down the laps to 200. Right, quick, I'm going to say maybe it's a 10-ish minute break here. Maybe it's a 10-minute break, so I'm going to say we will be back on track at 4:20 BST. AM BST. Any other questions, Cameron? Genuinely, I love answering anything business related. Not that I am the oracle of all business knowledge, but if I can help, I absolutely will, because I've been the freelancer that's just started out exactly where you are. Not that I've made it by any means, but I'm quite happy with where I am, I would say that. Right, we are back. We are back. We are back. Oh, God. Oh. Yeah, still 50-50 if I'm insane. I'll be honest, I've started to, every time I go back to the house now, it's fine when you're in the front of the screen, you've got the stream on and everything, you kind of get in the zone. As once I'm going back into the house, and it's pitch black in the house, it's pitch black outside, Layla's asleep, obviously all the neighbours are in bed, you kind of like realise what you're doing. That's a bit disorientating, and then you realise that it's actually like 4 AM in the morning. And the sound of me walking down the garden, people are probably like thinking, is that a burglar in the back garden? Like, what's going on? So, oh, dearie me. Cameron, I put my email in the chat there. So do drop me an email and I will, oh, you already have. There we go. There we go. You've already done it. What a hero. Yeah, I will respond with some, examples of quotes and how we do our contract stuff. Any questions, genuinely, fire away. You might as well ask them now while we're on the chat, unless anybody else is tuned in. And it does say we got a few others on, but if anybody else is tuned in and wants to ask any other questions that isn't business stuff, fire away. Otherwise, Cameron has the floor. I mean, unless there's other stuff you want to talk about, Cameron, but I'm happy chatting business stuff. I'm sad like that. Actually, I've got the YouTube channel that I set up is David Winter Business. You recognise my stupid face on the thumbnails to know that you've got the right channel. And yeah, there's loads of stuff on there as well, which might or may not be helpful. But if you do watch any of the videos, any feedback on it would be much appreciated. As in, feedback to me, like, is it helpful stuff? Does it make sense? Is it understandable? Right, let's get some fast laps in. Come on. Get up. Back out we go. My wrists have started to hurt. My foot has literally, like, my ankle is just locked with me pretty much being at full throttle for quite a lot of this. My wrists and thumbs are really hurting. My back, thankfully it's not as bad as I thought it would be, but it is still really bad. And my legs don't feel great either. And that's just my body. I'm starting to now feel the tiredness. I still feel actually quite fine, weirdly, but yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel like I've done 100 laps of the Nurburgring. It doesn't feel yet like I've done 15 hours of streaming, but who knows, we could get on to the next lap and it feel exactly like that. I don't know what it feels like to have done 101 laps of the Nurburgring and 15 hours of streaming. I've got nothing to compare it to. But yeah, my wrists definitely feeling from the full force feedback, 100% strength. I might genuinely have to turn this down, but I do want to keep it at 100 because I feel like I'll be honest with you, I feel like I've cheated this a little bit now that we've not ended up with rain. I genuinely am a bit gutted about that because I really did want to say that we've done the hardest, most difficult race. And if we had rain involved, there is no doubt that it is 10 levels more difficult than racing it normally. But yeah, who knows? I mean, I don't think we're going to get rain in this. It doesn't look like rain is available on the Sophie AI, which I obviously did not know, otherwise I wouldn't have raced it. But I do think that this now actually, in a certain sense, makes it, maybe makes up for the lack of rain. The fact that I can't really have the brakes that I'd planned to have. So I had planned every 20 laps to have a 15-minute break. Like, I really did want to be sensible with this. So I knew that it was going to take an extra few hours. And I even thought when we hit the 100 mark, I thought maybe that's a time for a 30-minute to an hour break. Like, really, really take my time with it. The challenge is doing the 200 laps, not how quickly we do them. But now the challenge has become racing against the AI, which is actually very quick and obviously doesn't stop while we stop. And that's became the fun part of this challenge now. If we were racing against the normal AI, granted we might have had the rain, but we know for a fact we would have lapped them a million times over. And we could have, even if we started the race, pitted lap 1 and pitted and stayed in the pits for 6 hours, either the AI, being as bad as it is, would have just parked up at the side of the pits and waited for us to leave, or even if it did lap us 20 times in that time, we would have unlapped ourselves within 1 lap. It's as simple as that. Racing against the AI is that bad. But Sophie AI is another level, and it has genuinely made it really difficult, because it hasn't allowed, I have not took a break for any more than 10 minutes, any more than 15 minutes really. Yeah, can't discredit 30 hours of lapping regardless of weather. Very good point. I just wanted to be able to say that I have done. You just know that the comments will come up going, but did it rain? Well, no it didn't. Alright, okay, well it wasn't as difficult as Rory's then. So that's what I kind of don't want. But I think racing against the Sophie AI, I wanted to do a version of this that nobody has done. And so, which to be honest I misunderstood on the damage, and I should have known this, and I'm annoyed about this as well. So on the damage, I did want full damage on. Now, yeah, I should have just put it on heavy, because it turns out that's the setting that I thought I was talking about. Now I put it on light because there is incidences where if you do a little bit of wall riding, which realistically wouldn't damage the car, it causes major damage to the car. Sometimes it absolutely overdoes it, and I wanted whatever was the most realistic, and I thought that the light was going to be the most realistic, because there is times where it feels like you might just clip a little bit of the barrier, but you literally are almost wall riding, and then you look and before you know it, your car's got damage, which probably is the more realistic one really. But I set it on light thinking, alright, well of the two, yes, if I absolutely 90-degree angle, like smash it straight into the wall, the car will be more or less a write-off, and I'll have to crawl back to the pits at 30 miles an hour. That is what I wanted. And the difference between light and heavy, I thought, was how sensitive it was when you hit the barrier. But it turns out that light, which I sort of should have known this, I just didn't think on. Light obviously removes the damage after 10 minutes, after like 20 seconds, whereas heavy keeps it on. And I thought that having it switched on to none is where you get the damage, but it disappears. But obviously that having it on as none is where you literally can just plow into a wall at 200 miles an hour and there is not a scratch on the car. And I'd sort of forgot what those settings were. Obviously it's my fault, I should have double checked. And we've binned it loads. We've binned it loads here, and those are the incidences where I should have been crawling back to the pits, and I guess luckily enough it's meant that we haven't. But I wanted this to be different. I wanted this to be I don't think that Rory done his on full damage, but obviously Super GT done it on Sport. Rory done it on Gran Turismo 7 with the real weather. And so I wanted to go one more. I thought I've got to go one more, and I've got to go do it on full damage. And then I just stupidly just didn't think the difference between the light and heavy. And realistically, if I wanted to make it as difficult as possible, I should have just gone heavy anyways. But I did think, oh, the light is the realistic, but when would it ever be? That was just a stupid assumption when I was quickly trying to set it all up. So that is one thing that annoys me, like I'm annoyed with myself at, because that would have been the ultimate test, is when you hit the wall and you have the damage where you're crawling back to the pits. That is like the ultimate test. Well, that's, yeah, exactly. Imagine having to limp home. That was what I had in mind. That was what I had in mind. I wanted it to be ultra realistic. So it was 1 times tyre wear, 1 times fuel, the full works for the night to day. And so I'm a little bit frustrated that was the one setting that I've made a big deal out of, being like, right, if we bin it, we have to crawl back to the pits. And then I just stupidly just thought that I understood them differently. So I am genuinely a little bit gutted or annoyed about that, because in the back of my head I'll go, yeah, I've done 200 laps of the Nurburgring, but it wasn't as difficult as I thought I was going to make it for myself. That said, we are now on a lap 102, and we have been going for 15 hours, so how much more difficult do we need to make it? Yeah, no, that's a point, yeah. Yeah, I think I said that at the start of the stream as well. I don't think you were on camera where I was like, right, I try to make this as realistic as possible. I was like, but then again, how realistic is it that someone's going to drive the Nurburgring for 32 hours straight? They wouldn't even do one driver in 24 hours. They have a team still. Oh dear. I can't wait until I'm on the last lap. I cannot wait until I'm on the last lap. We're halfway through. Jeez. Now it's hit me now. Now it's actually hit. Everything that I've just done for the past 15 hours, edging towards 16 hours. Everything that I've just done, I have to do again. What do you mean there? Am I misreading that? Still pales. What does that mean? What do you mean on that one, Cameron? Sorry. Or am I just being stupid? Have I reached that point where nothing makes sense now? Sorry. Explain that one for me, just in case. pale in comparison. No, he's actually copied the full definition. Right, I got you. Yeah. As in the 200 laps of the Nurburgring compared to the hours put into production. If so, you're not wrong. Walk in the park. A walk in hell, more like. Oh. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a lot of time going into the. So we reckon on the actual episodes when we come to do the editing, we'll be putting about minimum 40 hours of editing into each episode, and that's nothing if you're into TV and proper film and everything. 40 hours of editing barely even gets you past transferring the data and organising the footage and clips. That can literally take weeks and weeks and weeks to do. Yeah, so the editing itself, in terms of like it being related to salaries, is probably still going to be the equivalent of about 4 or 5 grand. Crazy. What do we think of this new microphone though? It sounds a bit better, doesn't it? I don't know why I didn't switch this one over like ages ago. So then it means I can have the massive noisy aircon unit on in the background, and I don't think it really picks any of it up. It's just a case of one lap at a time now. My back's starting to ache a little bit. Oh yeah, sorry if I missed anything, Cameron. Yeah, paste it back in, mate. Sorry if I did say I was talking too much and then missed half of what you were saying. Yeah, paste it back in, buddy, and I'll see if I can read as we go. Please do. I've seen the first bit. I'm going to end up reading it line by line. A guy asked for a simple request. See if I can get the next one on this straight. Oh, I couldn't get the next one on the straight. Then he put the money in your pocket and asked for 3 times more than initially. Yeah, that sounds about right. Deadline of the next day, not possible, yeah. Rather than the 4 days promised initially. Yeah. Then had the call to try and bottle you down from there, honestly. This is the thing. What was a story I meant to say about? Yeah, exactly. And this is the thing as well. This is actually a good point. I remember someone making, seen it on LinkedIn. They were talking about copywriters. So obviously people who do all the, text and come up with all the clever words and stuff for writing blogs and all the copy basically that goes on the website. I'm sure you know what a copywriter is. And they were basically saying the problem is, and it's now the same for video as well. It was very much related to copywriting, where business owners would say, I would do it myself if I had the time. Not if I had the skills, because they didn't think there was a skill to it, because anybody can write and type up the copy, the words that was going to go on their website. Anybody can do that. Whether it's good or not is didn't matter to a lot of people. And they would go, oh well, I would do it if I had time. So you're saving me time. Not that you're doing a better job than what I would do. It was with the assumption, or obviously when you would say that to a copywriter, that's quite offensive in the sense that they would go, well, yeah, I'm doing it because you don't have time, but I'm also doing it because I'm better than you. But they would just be like, oh no, I don't have the time. And that's the attitude that a lot of people have, and it's the attitude now that a lot of people have with video, because they go, well, I don't have the time to make it myself, as if a TikTok video that they would edit inside of their phone is the same as what we would produce, turning up with, 20 grand's worth of cinema cameras and everything else. They just wouldn't fathom in their head. And then they would look at your footage and go, God, that camera's good. You go, no, it's got nothing to do with the camera. Yes, the camera is good. It's got nothing. It doesn't look good because the camera's good. It looks good because I've made it look good. But that's just one of those things that you just always have to put up with, I think. But it's the same now, yeah, for video and for design, because everyone goes, oh, well, if I had time, I would do. I would just chuck it in Canva. They just think, oh, just chuck it in Canva. Or I would just get AI to do it and write a prompt, and I wouldn't need to do anything. It'd be nice and easy. And I would do it if I had the time. That's the problem that we're up against now. So that's why it's more important than ever that people know you as an absolute expert, not just someone. I know when you're saying about doing the smaller jobs to get going and all that kind of thing, but if someone knows you as the absolute best graphic designer that does work for charities and nothing else, like if you can really, really niche down, or you do it for gaming or sports channels or YouTube channels or something really, really niche, but you can show why you are the best or why you're the expert, and they will go, right, well, I'm going to go to Cameron rather than just some guy on Fiverr who will just knock me up a logo. Why do I want to get just a logo, or why do I want to get Cameron? Well, Cameron's going to charge me 20 times the price, which is what he should do. Cameron's going to charge me 20 times the price, but look at all the effort that he puts in here in terms of understanding our brand. He wants to know exactly what we're about, what our message is, what our channel's about, what our audience likes, what represents us, all that kind of thing. You don't get that with Fiverr, and you don't get that with AI either. You can try and put some of the prompts in, but it still doesn't do a very good job. I don't have the time versus the skill. When I first read that it might have been last year now, a little while ago, it really has stuck with me, because then I've looked out for it. So the amount of times that I've turned up to do a video and they've gone, oh yeah, we would do this one, but we just don't have the time. I'm like, no, hang on. Like, is it that? Which is fine. If we go, oh yeah, we're saving you the time of doing it yourself, no worries. And the NHS especially, which is our National Health Service, Cameron. I don't think, well, you won't have it in America, but I'm sure you'll have equivalents, or even if it's just the insurance companies themselves, or the healthcare providers themselves. the I don't have time thing. Now that I read that post a little while ago, I notice it loads, and so many of them say, "Oh, just get you guys in because we just don't have the time to do it." It's like, yeah, and by default the video is going to be like 20 times better, but let's just ignore that, shall we? But they appreciate and they know, or the guys that we work with now, they appreciate and know that us turning up, we're going to take loads of workload off of them. We're going to be the ones that works out exactly the best way to, you know, position the video. I don't mean where the cameras are, position the cameras. I mean like brand or marketing or messaging positioning of the video. We're going to make the recommendations on how long the video needs to be, what platforms it's going to go on, unless they already know, and the best and most effective way to like get their messaging across. All the really boring stuff that they probably don't want to do, whereas we can go, right, well, we are the experts and we know that. So if you take workload off of people as well as providing them with the final product, you're on over there. Got you. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. So you actually edit liveries on within what, Gran Turismo? Or have I got that wrong? Or do you mean actually edit liveries on actual cars, like within actual motorsport? Ah, right. Okay. Oh, that's really interesting. That's really cool. As a short form editor, right? So what is it? So if you're saying the example is you're planning yourself as a short form editor, but want to work in cinema or film, edit movies. What are you doing now, and where do you want to go to? So I have sim clients who are shoestring budgets when I want to get proper in real life teams. Got you. Right. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Which, although you're editing the same thing, which is a motorsport livery, it's obviously just two totally different clients. Yeah, I've got you. Let me have a think. So how do you... I'm genuinely curious as well now. So how do you... if you're designing liveries in the sim world, what sort of stuff are you doing? Is it just on Gran Turismo, or is it iRacing and the likes as well? Is it across different platforms, or how are you... What are you doing currently, first of all? okay, that's cool. So is, and I might be being silly here because obviously I don't really know how it works in terms of, well, I don't know how it works editing liveries in Gran Turismo, for all that I've played it for 5-6 years. How does it work in terms of what you want to get into? Because the teams editing the liveries, like, do you know, do they actually outsource that or not? Because I genuinely don't know. I would have assumed that the likes, or if you're looking at Formula 1 teams, which is obviously, that's the pinnacle, that's like absolute top end. I don't know if all teams would work the same. I would have thought that teams at a certain level would be doing that in-house, but I might be wrong, because they end up needing so many last-minute changes that I don't think working with an agency would work. That's just my assumption. I'm thinking about F1 when something happens and they change the livery within like a day. Whether or not, I don't know exactly how that works though. But I imagine some of the lower leagues where it's still teams who want the liveries. I'm trying to think of stuff like Civic Cup, or we've got like British Touring Car Championship. I'm trying to think maybe it's like that level-ish. This is just me guessing. I've got zero understanding of the industry. That might be the level of teams that you would have to, where they wouldn't do it in-house because they wouldn't not a big enough team or a big enough company. But it obviously still makes sense for them to get a good livery paid for with an agency or a designer. But I imagine, or I would just 1,000,000% guess and put money on that kind of industry and space would be, it's not necessarily like, oh, friends of friends and who you know, but once you've got the contacts and you've got a customer, it would be hard to lose them. I get the feeling it would be that kind of thing. So it depends on the team. Even, all right, okay, fair enough. I didn't realise. So even F1 teams outsource liveries on occasion. So I'm right then that from the majority of it, they're doing that in-house. So they outsource on occasion. Okay. Let me just yeah. Every much level of motorsport influences for contract work. All right, okay. Well, that's good then. That's really good. And obviously the contract work can be remote because you're just doing the actual design and then sending them the files that they need. So that's cool. Contacts are everything. Yeah. So, I mean, what I would genuinely, a couple of like actual marketing ideas. What is it? Just again, my curiosity, also that I understand. What is it you would actually edit the car liveries in, or like do the mock-ups of? Would that? It wouldn't still be Photoshop, would it? It would be like an Illustrator or something. What would you be? What would that be edited in? Oh, Cameron, I'm so grateful for this conversation, by the way, because this has taken my mind right off 200 laps of the Nurburgring. And I'm hoping that maybe can help, but no guarantees. Well, basically, while you answer what platform or what you actually edit them in, because I'm genuinely curious, but it might make a difference, I don't know. There's a guy, I'm going to see if I can find him. You might have seen some of his stuff where he's a web designer or a web designer. Does all like the front end stuff for websites, so makes some like really, really cool designs. And he does videos where it's like, what if Apple asked for a website of like a sports website or a motorsport website, what would it look like? If, I'm trying to think of like mad different brands, I can't even think now, like if Boeing asked for a new website. And then he creates those websites. They're not obviously actually fully made websites, but like he shows the front end of them and shows what they would look like. And that's really, really cool, because then you know that this guy is like absolute top notch. So if you've done it where it was, I'm trying to think of let's just stick with F1 because I know F1. if McLaren decided to change, I don't know, papaya for, I don't know, whatever colours, or if McLaren did a collaboration with whatever, Gran Turismo, what would it look like? What would that livery look like? For you to then be able to show that at the same time you're showing your skills, like those videos would actually be really cool. Or actually, that would be a better one. What if such and such a historic car, so you know, like the 7-Up livery, I'm sticking with F1 because we'll both know it. What if the 7-Up livery or the classic Ferrari Marlboro livery was on a modern day F1 car, and like mocking that up to show that stuff like that would look really, really cool. And in the time of doing that, you're entertaining people, but you're putting your name out there as being someone who's really good at designing that sort of stuff. And then on every video you just say, contact me for work. So the actual software use actually the competition resides. You can use anything so long as you... Right, okay, so yeah, measurements. Starting to cut this corner more and more now. Bear with. Adobe, Blender, yeah, that's it, yeah. Yep. Blender, yeah, of course not Illustrator, but yeah, Blender, that makes sense. That's cool then, okay. Yeah, so did that make sense then? So like showing that, so if you actually just went and created, I know you're then not being paid for it, but obviously you've got to, your marketing is is the work that you end up doing for free. As in your marketing efforts, nobody's paying you to do that because you have to market yourself, you have to put the time in to market yourself. If you actually created those types of liveries, or if you said, I've had a brief from such and such to make a car that looks like whatever, you actually documenting that process, that sort of stuff now would do really, really well. So if you give me an example, Cameron, what team? I'm assuming it would be an American series. What team would you like love to work for? And also, just out of curiosity, if you don't mind sharing the numbers, like what's the, like if you were making a livery like from scratch, do you know what people are normally charging for that? Or is it that they do all sorts of different 3D design and they just so happen to have some clients in motorsport? Now, I know motorsport is massive, but I don't know if it's a kind of thing that people are doing full-time only in motorsport. I could be totally wrong there, because the amount of time that it would take to actually design a livery, you might only need 6 projects a month. You might only need 6 projects a year, I don't know. Have you got any numbers on what the average rates or agencies are charging, or do you know any competitor names that you can have a look at and do research on, all that sort of stuff? Give me as much information as you can. Cricket, why am I torturing myself like this? I know, good, I know, exactly. I don't know. In the hope for clicks and views, basically, but we've had neither, so it's been a waste of time. Cowboy as well, sorry, I forgot to say hello, how are we doing? Good morning. We've been asleep only 3 hours, that's not very good. Well, we've been asleep 0, so you've had 3 more hours than us, which is good for you. Your son did not want to sleep after 5 a.m. That's not very good. Oh, I've lost the plot. Oh, that really hurt my finger, that. Got a sub from you, thank you, Crooked. Hero, what a hero. I appreciate that massively. It helps more than you know. I've been saying that all night and all day, and we'll say it all day tomorrow as well, while we're still on the same stream, which is crazy. But yeah, a like and a subscribe on the stream, on the channel, helps more than you could possibly know. Imagine how cute you'll be when it's all done. Tell me about it. I feel like I'm getting there now. It's starting to hit just how bad this is or has been. I am starting to get to the point where I'm like, right, I could do with a bit of a break now. I need another crazy arbitrary challenge of trying to get back in front by a certain time. So WEC, just to double check, World Endurance Championship, yeah. But what sort of, I know you say that, so the numbers would obviously range, but like what are you talking, it's obviously not going to cost you a couple £100 because I very much doubt, you know, you'd probably be talking at least £1,000 just immediately off the bat, yeah? Oh my god, I've got it totally wrong. So usually 40 to 80 euro, really? Is that what you're charging at the moment? Sorry. Oh no, I've gone one lap too long. Yeah, is that what you're charging, or because that's too low immediately? But I understand if it's sim racing, people who don't want to spend money, you're never going to get out of that. But for a team, for like WEC teams and stuff, if they're looking at liveries, they know that that's costing thousands before they've even spoke to anyone. Even if they were going from different suppliers to see who would offer them the cheapest quote, I'm gonna guess if they've got any common sense, which they will do, that they'll know it's at least a couple of thousand. Yeah, thousands and thousands. Yeah. Well, that's what I would do if I were you. I would spend a couple of weeks in your spare time basically marketing yourself as that service, as that thing. So forget, kind of, obviously still do the sim race and stuff, but if you're saying it's 80 euros but it's still taking you like 5 days to do, I think you would be better off. Just not doing that work if you've got other income or something to just supplement you in the meantime, and focus on doing as much marketing as you can for the big livery, for the big teams, for the liveries. Now, it will take a long time before you land a project, but I think if you document the whole thing, there's a great, if you have a look on Instagram, someone called Bella Does Editing. I'm sure that's her handle, her full handle. Bella Does Editing, or if you just search Bella Editing, I'm sure she'll come up. And she basically talks about some hints and tips and tricks and everything like for editing, but she works in film, or she's trying to get into film and media, and she's documenting the whole journey of all the jobs that she's been on, all the work that she's done. She's done work for Netflix and Amazon, you know, kind of like really big projects as production assistants and all that kind of stuff. But like, great page. And just documenting that work, and all that it's made for is for other people in the industry to see, and that's what you want to do. Similar to that website guy, but I'll try and find out what his handle is because I always forget it. Oh my god. You know when you put your foot down, you know when you go over the grass and you put your foot down, you think, this can't possibly go wrong. Even if I put my foot down, I'll still save that, surely. Well, that's what I would recommend, Cameron. I would just say, I know it's probably a bit overwhelming, but I would make those kind of videos where, I tell you what, even if you looked at jobs online, you know when you said like they'll post a lot of freelance contract jobs up online, just look at what those jobs are, see what they are. If you give me an example of the kind of job posts that you would normally see, but if for example you saw a thing that said McLaren livery editor, regardless of what the actual job role is, or if they give you zero details whatsoever, because I imagine they'll not give much on a job post, but you can use that, you can start with that screen grab and be like, look, you know, McLaren livery editor, or whoever livery editor, or whatever. Start with that as the screenshot. You come on the screen and go, right, this is what I'm going to do as for this job, or I spotted this job online. This is what I'm going to do. Let's see what we can put together, and be like, right, I think I like this design. I'm going to do this. I'm going to take inspiration from this and that, and just do a very quick. Obviously, you'll spend a lot of time doing the livery, but the video itself will be very quick. And you can talk through bits that you've done, why you've done it. Just show a time lapse of you putting it all together. Another really cool guy that I highly recommend that you check out, first one that comes to mind, is a guy called Dave Officer. And if you search Doodle Juice, D-O-O-D-L-E, Juice, J-U-I-C-E, Doodle Juice, his page comes up. He does some really, really cool stuff. If Dave Officer, if you find him on LinkedIn, officer as in police officer, find him on LinkedIn as well. He does some really, really cool videos where he'll put a very weird random brief together, which is like, what if you made a toilet roll brand that was like surrounded by death, whatever. I remember that was a one that he did, because Liquid Death was a big brand that like, what if those two things came together, or what if Liquid Death did toilet roll? I think that was the thing. Something that's obviously never going to happen, but then he put the whole design for it all together, shows you his ideas, shows you why he's done it, and it made for like a really, really cool, good video. And maybe you could do the same for that. What if McLaren, again I'm using F1 as an example, but yeah, what if McLaren modern day F1 car went back to the classic like 2008 Vodafone logo? What would it look like? Those sort of, especially in motorsport, those sort of videos would be awesome. Yeah, Dave is class. Dave did a design for me at the end of on my drum channel. I did a big Iron Maiden video where I did a medley of every single Iron Maiden song. Now that's a band that's been going for 40 odd years, 50 years now, and has like 18 albums. So there's 180 something songs that I've put together in a medley. But Dave did a design for me, which was going to be the thumbnail, but then I didn't end up using it as the thumbnail. But I still, obviously, I paid him to do it. It was really, really cool design that he did. He had me looking like Iron Maiden's mascot, which is the beast or the Eddie that they normally have on their album artwork. And yeah, it looked really, really cool. But yeah, he's a really cool guy. You can take a lot of inspiration, like a lot of cool ideas from him in terms of your marketing. But it is just a case of being as patient as possible, producing as many videos as you can. It's difficult to put the time to it and assign the time to it, but it'll be worth it. Yeah, you race this track for 1.5 hours. Yeah, exactly. 1.5 hours is more than enough. At this point now, it's just trying to get through the laps, I think. I need a bit more of a weird challenge again. By the end of this stint, I need to be back in the lead, I think. That's what I'll have to try and aim for. Right, another quick 5-lap stint and then I'm going to need a break. Charges 150 hour minimum. That's a bit better. That's a bit more like it. You consider yourself better than him. Okay. It's not as narcissistic as that sounds. That your time isn't worth these smaller projects. No, definitely not. And if that's someone that's charging that amount of money, if he's getting in regular work, it's all about the, you know, sort of supply and demand. He might be very, very good, but is he getting in lots of work? Or he might be charging £150 an hour, but is he getting in lots of work? That's the main thing. Getting in loads of work and through connections, yeah. Well, that's what I would recommend for yourself then. So I'll be honest with you, I think in an industry like that, sometimes going to people now, I don't believe now it's worth going to someone and saying, can I do a project for free? And will you just recommend me to people? That used to be the way to do it, and that's how I built my business up right at the start. First 2 years, I did loads and loads and loads of free work. And realistically, all of the work that I'm doing now, even with the big hospitals and NHS and all of the big work that I'm doing now, I can still always trace it back to the free videos that I did right at the start. There's always a recommendation that's gone from one to another and then ended up somewhere else. So, literally, for example, I did a free music video for a heavy metal band. I thought that wasn't going to go anywhere. It was just a video that I did for them. The singer's girlfriend worked at a massive PR agency. That massive PR agency had a videographer drop out last minute on a project. She happened to mention that to her boyfriend, and he said, "Oh, why don't you try David?" She got in touch, done a video for them. That ended up being lots of work for a big client, like thousands and thousands and thousands over the years. And then that agency then went and recommended me for a project that they had with a hospital, and then that hospital has then used me literally every single month for the past 3 years. Done tens of thousands of pounds worth of work with them, and has continued to recommend me to then every other agency, not every other agency, sorry, every other hospital in like the region. And that all came from that one free band music video for a group of musicians in a heavy metal band, which is bizarre to think, but you'll be surprised. However, I don't think that that's the way to do things anymore. I genuinely don't. So the new free work is doing the free work, filming it all, recording it all, and creating that as a video. And then you can also still send them the free work, send them delivery, send them everything. But you can just say, I've done this for free. You film it, you record it, you put it up online, and then you send them it. And that is the new free work. Because then they might like it and they might book you. They might not like it and they might not book you. They might like it, but they might not be able to book you. Always one of those three things. But other people that see the video might, and they might be able to book you there and then. And then you're almost banking on the name or the brand or the product that you're doing the freebie of. That is the thing that's going to push you in terms of social content for your traction. Oh, so he's actually doing work with the Indy 500, right? Okay, well that's cool. That is cool. So what's he actually doing when he's doing that? He's not doing that. Is he doing the livery for the entire car, or is it more so they've had a logo change and a you know, like a new sponsor, and it's just working out where that goes on the car? Or is he designing the full livery? And I'm assuming that they must go back to him, because then if anything does change on it, it's easy for him to change it because he's got the raw project. Or would part of his agreement be that he sends the 3D, you know, the Blender original project, like the raw design file? Right, I'm going to try my absolute best, by the way, I forgot to say it, to be back in the lead by the end of this stint, so 5 laps to try and be back in the lead. So it is the entire car. Well, that's really cool then, yeah. Oh, still reading the comments. Yeah, they go back to him for everything. Well, that makes sense then, yeah. Like I say, once they've go with someone once, that's the problem. It's trying to like break people away from those contracts. Or not necessarily contracts, but just those relationships. Right, we're over the halfway point now by quite a bit. Sometimes we're subbed in rather than being the original. Yeah, not as much as not as much probably as it would be in freelance stuff. But there has been times where, yeah, I've been subbed in, like, as the freelancer to go and just shoot a video and stuff like that, yeah. Just made that one. Yeah, that car should not have stopped. Yeah, it was only just, wasn't it? Right, come on. 4 more laps, and we've got to pull. Well, I wanted to be back in the lead, but I don't think that's going to happen. Sending it in 250 kph, yeah. Double good brakes does the job. No worries, mate. If I can help in any way, let me know. Give me a shout. A lot more wisdom than I give myself credit for. It's all through mistakes. That's the thing. I wish it wasn't, because I think back over everything that I've done, I just think it's all a big waste of time. But they have all been massive, massive learning curves. Where even now, we've done a video for a really big factory, like a nutraceutical manufacturer over here. We've done that last week, to the point where even they said, like, we were like, oh, we think the way you've done your invoicing and your contracts was like really, really good. And I was like, yes, I know, because I've had 10 years of being stung like crazy from literally every single business, even councils, NHS, like local authorities, charities. Not that they've all intentionally tried to like do me over, but just where projects get out of hand, they then ask for way more than they initially said. You then have to have that awkward conversation of, right, well, that's not what we've quoted for. Now I just don't care. Now I just say, all right, well, I'll send you another quote for that then, so that they know from the off, rather than you starting to do some of the work and then you're like, oh, by the way, this is taking a bit longer than I thought because it's a little bit different to kind of what you said, but I thought it would have been okay, but then it's not, and now I have to raise it with you. Now I just go, no worries, if you want anything different, I'll send you the quote. The biggest and best advice, the final thing I'll say on the business stuff, biggest and best advice I got is just think bigger. The bigger you think, the less competition you have. And you definitely don't want to be messing about on jobs that you're getting 80 quid or $80, whatever it is, for like 4 or 5 days work. That's just not worthwhile. That said, the other thing that you can do is if you actually, you could template a lot of that. So when you're doing the work for the sim racers, you can say, pick your design, and then all you have to do is just change a base colour or a base logo or a name. So you could have 10 different designs or 20 different designs signature to your livery, and they are the ones that you should be selling for $20, $30, $40, because then you've done all the work, you've done all the legwork. And livery, say you've got 20 liveries, livery number 1, you could have 20 different drivers all come to you and go, oh, I love that livery, that's amazing, can I have that one just in red? Can I have that one but in bright orange? And then that is super easy to change and super easy to do. Yes, you've spent all the time building the template, but that's the point. So that each time someone comes to you, you go, right, just pick a design out of these 20 and then give me whatever your 3 base colours are, or your primary colours and logos. And then it's just a case of switching things out a little bit easier. I know it's then different depending on cars as well. I suppose that's what makes it tricky, isn't it? The placement of different cars, models. But if you try and template as much of that as possible, that's your way to keep doing the sim racing stuff, but for it to actually be somewhat profitable. I hope that makes sense anyway. Oh, and also one more thing, as well, I think, have yourself a set price list, so you can say one livery costs this much. Don't, let me try and think how I'm wording what I'm saying. So you want something where someone goes, how much for a livery? And you can go, here's my options. This, with 2 rounds of revisions as well, like amendments, so we build that into our options. And then give them a set list of optional extras. So if you want this car, you want this livery, but for 3 different vehicles, well then that's going to cost you an extra $50. Or if you want this design livery, but you want it in 3 different colours, well then that's going to cost this, this, and this. That's as much as like a menu that you can imagine a food menu when you go to a restaurant. It's so easy to understand that if you go to a restaurant and it doesn't have a menu, you're thinking, what the hell's going on here? So if you can have that, where you've just got set menus, or as many close to a set menu as you can, that will help massively. So what I would say is, for us, bands and musicians is our equivalent to your sim racer. So they've never got any money, even though there's 5 people in a band, they still want to spend as little as possible. They still think you're going to turn up, film their entire gig, go home and edit the entire thing for, you know, a couple of pints after the show. And that's just not how, well, it's not, certainly not how I work. So they'll turn around and go, oh, well, you know, you're charging us more than we make for one gig. And I'm like, well, yes, I'm not playing the gig, I'm providing a totally different service. So if I say, you know, the video is like 800 quid, they go, oh, well, we're only getting paid 5 for the gig. I go, yeah, well, you don't get, luckily for you, you don't get a new promo video every single gig. So eventually, you know, after your second gig, you'd be making money. oh, well, we don't know about that, like, because, you know, so I just go, well, don't worry about it. But what we do now is, anyways, is that we have set options. So we go, right, you can have this kind of promo video, this kind of promo video, or this kind of promo video. And here's all the optional extras. Let us know what you want, untick what you don't want, tick what you do want, and then it'll tell you your final price at the end. And we've got that built into a contract with a load of optional extras. So they tick it all, then they put in their details, and then they basically get sent the invoice before we do any of the work. And they have the option is if they pay all up front, which secures them the price that we actually quote them. So if we say it's £850 for a video, if they decide to pay it all up front, they secure that £850. If they decide that they want to pay it 50-50, so we'll still do a 50% deposit. If they decide they want to pay 50% up front, 50% at the end, well then that costs an extra 10%. So that would be an extra 85 quid, so it would be £950 or £935 or whatever. If they want to do split payments 50-50. I think that's all I've got left to say. Hopefully all that's helpful though. Yeah, I get you. Go to McDonald's to buy out. Yeah, I get you. Yeah. So you have a set price in your head. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I gave you the total opposite advice earlier on, to be fair, because I didn't really know the business that well. But then for that kind of thing, I personally do think the set prices thing is easier. Only because, from my experience, when you start explaining loads of stuff, again, our equivalent to you is a musician, a hopeless, helpless, idiot musician. I can say that because I am a musician, who are just awful human beings. They're not really, but they can be a bit stupid. So when they go, oh, I've got this idea for a promo video, and I want to do this, and I want to do that, and I want to have pyros, and I want to be cartwheeling across the screen, and do you reckon you can make me fly? Do you reckon you can do this? And do you reckon you can do... I go, look, what you're talking about is utter garbage. Here's the options. Here's a couple of templates. This is what we recommend. If you need anything that's kind of like off menu, we absolutely can, but I reckon that these are the options that sort you. So you have the templates, you have the stuff there, they can gauge the price, and then they know if they want anything overly complicated above that, that in their head they're going to know it's going to cost more than what's written on the piece of paper. So then what that does is that saves you time, because we used to lose loads of time of having a back and forwards chat. You come to me, literally this is how a conversation would go. Since we've got the time, we've got another 90 laps to go. So this is how the conversation would go. Musician would message and say, hi David, I want a promo video. I would go, great, what kind of promo video would you like? Would you like a show reel where you can actually see you playing all the songs in the studio or at a gig? Would you like just a montage where there's just loads of clips, loads of photos, loads of videos, just all kind of like mashed together as like a highlights video? Or what would you want? And then we go, oh, a bit of both. I go, well, that's all well and good, but one would film one style, we need another camera for another style. This is how it would work. We would need you to record the audio, or if you already got the audio recorded, we'd have all these conversations. Oh no, I need to get it done at a studio, but my mate's going to do it. My friend says he's going to mix it all and like sort it all out, like, you know what I mean? And you go, right, okay, no worries at all. And we would turn up, film the gig, realise that they haven't recorded the audio, like just all the stuff and all the conversations that we would just have repeat. And you would have all these really intricate, detailed, technical conversations. And are you recording to a click track? And are you going to chop all of the songs together? And is it going into a medley? And what are you going to do? And what do you want this? And are you going to go record it through the desk at the gig? Or are you going to record it at a studio? Just have us film the gig. If you're going to record it at the gig, are you going to play it with a click track and a metronome? All these boring conversations. Then, after we've done all that, and by the way, this takes days because people are slow to reply to messages. So this could be a conversation over days. And then they go, so how much is that going to be? And you go, right, well, I've sat and I've took on all your answers on board and I've worked it all out and it's going to be... And then you give them a price and they go, oh, I can't afford that. And you go, well, what a big waste of time this has been, having this entire conversation. And that's what also you want to avoid. Because then, once people start coming back and forwards and having loads of questions, all of that time has to be factored into your price. Not that you're charging people up front. You don't say I'm going to charge you if you so much just ring me and ask me a question. But you need to factor in the fact that you're probably going to have an hour or two of conversations back and forwards. What do you want? What do you like? What don't you like? What kind of style do you want to aim for? All right, okay, that's going to be £200 for a livery. Oh, well, I'm not paying that. And then you go, well, bugger off then. So that's why I'm saying about productizing or templates and stuff like that. Because then people know if your template, if your easiest option is $100, they know that if they're going to ask for more, subconsciously they know it's going to be more than $100. Hopefully that makes sense. Thank you for attending my TED Talk on business. Stay off the grass! Oh, it's starting to get a little bit of daylight outside. That's good. Cannot think up anything against it. What do you mean? Oh, anything against what I've said? So you're saying it makes sense, or do you mean something else by that? Sorry. I've genuinely, this would be my favourite part of the stream, chatting all this business stuff. I properly love it, you know. Because I'm very sad like that. Or just being a hobby. Well, the sim racing stuff, I'll be honest with you, I just don't think that that's the sort of thing you wouldn't be able to make a career out of. If it's loads of 40, 50 quid, 100 quid jobs, do you say quid in America? We say quid here. If you know, pounds, dollars. If it's loads of that, you've got to do so much work. And you've got to have so many, loads and loads and loads and loads of little jobs coming in, which is sometimes a good business model, but it's very stressful when it's high intensity labour. It's still labour. I know it's not manual labour, but it's still labour. But your concern would be, let me just double check that last line. What the prices and the set amounts would be. Well, what I would say is definitely more than what you're charging now, or if you're insistent on keeping... Actually, let me start that again. For all of the work that you're doing, you need to be charging definitely more than what you're charging now. I'm getting a sore throat because I've talked too much now. Definitely need to be charging more than what you are now. That sort of $40 to $50, $60 price range, that's where I reckon you would be selling the templated options at. Where for that $50, let's just say it's $50, for that $50, all you have to do is go in and hopefully make no more than 30 minutes of changes. If you can manage to make, you know, where it's like, what would the primary colour be? So instead of it being red, you can go, you change that to any colour you like. Alright, well I want bright green, great. Well, you want to be able to go in, make those changes within 10-15 minutes and send them that, and then that be that done. That's the sort of thing where you would want to be charging the sort of $40 to $60 range. that's that guessing from the numbers that you've told me. That's obviously not just a general rule. That's just my guess based on what you've told me there. It's not necessarily, I know what you're saying about outpricing your regulars, but it depends how regular they are to you. And if you're doing the templated styles, then it's the same, then in the numbers that we've just talked about there, it's potentially the same price. Just that instead of them having loads of options or giving you the brief, you're first going to them with loads of options and they can base it off of that. But you can easily say, look guys, this is the way that I'm doing it. I love working with you guys. I'm really, you know, I love all the work that I'm doing. What I'm doing to provide a better service and make sure that I can still provide you liveries at this price, I'm going to do things slightly differently, where we have some templates that you can choose. You can customize those templates, and then you're still getting your amazing liveries at the same cost. If you want something a bit more bespoke, then that's where we can quote it up and it looks a little bit different in terms of the cost. And most people, I guarantee you, will stick with the template ones. Yeah, got to get a tea on the next, yeah, exactly, yeah. Soothe the throat. I think I just need more chocolate. I think that should sort it out. More chocolate and fizzy drinks, that'll not irritate my throat at all. Carly's back. Awesome to see you're still going strong. Absolutely. Oh, well, we're still going. I don't know if we're still going strong, but we are still going. Somehow. Oh, lap 110. We're over the halfway mark. That's the main thing. We're 55% of the way through, if my maths is correct. Is that right? Whoa, steady on. Yeah, it's been business chat for the past 20 laps. I've really enjoyed it though. I love chatting anything business, because most of my friends and family have zero idea. Like, nobody gets it. But when you're a business owner or when you're a freelancer, as you will know, Cameron, it's just constant, 24/7. You can't switch off from it. And in all seriousness, it makes me realise there's people out there that, you know, like single mothers that have businesses. I struggle to run my business, and I've got all the time in the world, all day, every day. I don't have any other commitments. I don't have any other. I have Layla, of course. I don't have any other commitments. I barely go out and see any friends and do any parties or anything like that. That's just not me. I don't enjoy any of that. But some people who are building businesses, they're carers, they're parents, they're, oh God, honestly, how they do it, I don't know. They're obviously way more productive and effective with their time than I am. But I think I'm pretty productive, to be honest. Sounds like an older British version of it. How old are you, Cameron? Don't, if you're under 18, don't put your age on. Fair play. Yeah, well, I've got about 6-7 years on you, but I was 20 when I set up my business. I was 20. So, same age when I started. Right, we started doing off-sync numbers now because we're going to 112, I think, when we come into the pits now. Well, if I can give you one bit of advice, I mean, don't take it as life advice and then blame me if it goes wrong, but do not do university. Do not do university, for the love of God. Do not do university. Tell me what you're thinking about doing at university. And if you tell me that it's design, I'm probably going to tell you not to do it. Parental expectations and all. Well, here's my advice on the parental expectations. Again, don't blame me if you take the advice and it all goes wrong, but parental expectations for you going to uni, fine if they're paying for it. You're the one that has to foot the bill of student loan, then it's your choice, it's your money. It's the noose around your neck for you to pay that back for the rest of your life. If your parents are paying for it, then, as Gary V would say, enjoy the vacation. And if you're doing business, I will happily tell you now, most $1,000,000% definitely not do university. Because there is, I'm telling you now, there is nothing that you are going to learn in university. Take this from me, nothing you are going to learn in university that will prepare you for the real world of business. All of the people that are lecturing you about business are tutors, not business owners. Do not go to uni for business. If you never hear from me again, or you never tune into another stream again, or I never hear from you again, please make sure you never, ever, 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 ever go to uni to do business. I only done A-level business. I don't know if you would have A-levels in, or what the equivalent is over in America, but I did A-levels, which is, we call it college, or we call it sixth form, but I think you guys call university college, so we have college, which is just underneath university, or sixth form, which is just underneath university. There is not a single thing in A-level business, not a single thing that I remember. And of everybody that was in my class, I'm probably the only one that actually went to start a business. And I can tell you now, there's not a single thing I remember from any of that. GCSE, A-level, anything that you will learn in uni, none of it is preparing you for actual business. None. I thought you were American. Where did you say you're from then? Have I got that wrong? Are you Australia as well? I thought you were American. Australia. Ah, right. Well, all the same advice anyways. Take it from me. It's not gonna help. Doesn't matter what country you're from, university ain't helping you for anything in business. Squint at your logo, you'll see Australia. Right, okay, guys, sorry mate. The advice remains the same. What do you, if you don't mind me asking, if you're saying it's parental pressure, what do your parents do? Because if they own a business, they should be telling you. But I'm going to guess they're not in business, because if they were in business, they wouldn't be telling you to go to uni to do business. They'd be telling you to start a business. Right, one more lap. Okay, you already had the diploma paid for by the parents. No, you didn't really get much out of it. And what was the diploma in? The diploma was in business. Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't have got much more than that from a random course. Yeah, business. Well, put it this way, mate. Of all of the steady. Of all of the millionaires and billionaires that you know, how many of them do you think went to uni to study business? 0. That might be a lie, but it sounded quite cool to say. I don't actually know the numbers, but none of my heroes went to business. Went to uni to study business. All of them are dropouts. Richard Branson, Stephen Bartlett, dropouts. Elon Musk obviously went and done engineering. Not that he's like one of my absolute heroes, but everyone thinks of Elon Musk if you say billionaire. But all the big ones on Dragon's Den, Shark Tank, all the immediate ones that you think of, none of them went and studied business at a uni. They studied business from setting one up at like age 13 and selling sweets in school. Right, what time are we on now then, roughly, do we think? Yeah, parents are just doing it, absolutely, mate, yeah, of course. And a lot of parents as well. Did your parents go to uni or not? Because a lot of parents who have done alright but didn't go to uni often want their... Oh, sorry, I'll start that again. Parents who haven't gone to uni but think that that would have been like the answer to all their problems often want their kids to go to uni. Parents who have not been to uni but then have done really, really well for themselves realise that uni wasn't the way to go, or realise that uni wasn't needed. But I know that like certain cultures and stuff will be very much pressurising kids to be particular professions and stuff picked out for them. Both dropouts. There you go. Well, if they're at a point where they're able to pay for your education or pay for you to go to uni, they've obviously done all right without, haven't they? So they should be living proof. If I were you, and they're actually going to pay for your education, either have the holiday or genuinely tell them to take a nice, tell them to keep the money and spend it on the most expensive, amazing holiday that they possibly can, and you're going to go find your own way in business because some random bloke who sim races on the internet told you so. That's what I would do. Just see uni as an excuse to avoid yeah, exactly, yeah. So I'm saying, enjoy the holiday. That's Gary V's advice, that one. I think it's great. There's a great clip, and I think he says it to the parents. She's like, "What's your advice?" Because I'm going to pay for her uni, but she doesn't want to go. And he's like, "She doesn't want to go, but you're going to pay for it. You're going to pay for every penny." He's like, "Well, then I'd tell her to enjoy the vacation." Oh my god, it's actual daylight outside now. That is mental. That is mental. How am I not tired yet? I don't understand how I'm not like... This is... I feel actually quite weird now, to be honest. I don't feel tired. Maybe I'm just built for this. How many laps of the Nurburgring do they normally do in the 24-hour? genuinely don't actually know the answer to that. How many must they do? Still be edging on to... We'll still be edging on to a fair few. Obviously. It's the most stupidest thing I've ever said. Yeah, how many laps do you reckon they do on the 24-hour Nurburgring? I'm trying to work out. How many laps did we do after 8 hours? They must still do about 130, 140 laps, do they? ...141 laps this year. Well, I was... Hey, look at that. I said it must be about 140. I would say that was pretty much bang on. 160 laps in 2014. Wow. Yeah, just wait for 10, 11 a.m. Yeah, that's... Well, it's not going to be far off, is it? I actually don't even know what time it is now. It must be, what, 5 a.m. Yeah? 6. Is that 6 a.m.? Anyway, I'm doing better than I thought. Yeah, it must be 6 a.m. now. Yeah, it will be. 6 a.m.? 5 a.m.? I don't even know. Right, I'm going to have a bit of a break now, though, because I don't feel tired. I literally feel switched on. But can you hear my back crack there? Listen to this. Oh, God. That's why I'm going to stand up and take a break. am back, but I think we'll go on, looking at the time, which you can't now see. Right, so it's 11 past 6. And we'll be back on for 1/4 past. That's going to be my plan. I'll be honest. It's starting to hit home now. That break there was oh, the first yawn. No, it's happened. It's happened. It's happened. Yeah, estimated over 31 hours to complete the challenge. I was expecting it to be closer to 36. With all of the what was expected to be full damage and everything as well. It hasn't quite worked out that way with no rain happening. With driving with the Sophie AI, racing against Sophie AI. Apparently Sophie doesn't do the rain, so we've not had rain, which I'm a bit gutted about, to be honest, because I really did want to see if I could just get through that challenge. But it hasn't quite happened, so we're not going to be racing in the rain, which is fine. But I did plan to take bigger breaks than what I have done, and I've kind of just kept jumping back in. I'm surprisingly, apart from that one yawn there, genuinely feel pretty fine. My hands and wrists is what's probably hurting the most at this point, though. Right, away we go again. Let's see how far behind. We're going to be about 15 minutes behind. Yeah. My challenge then, by the end of, let's see if we can get in front by lap 125. See if we can get back out in front by lap 125. Honestly, I'm having to try and drive with my thumbs out of the wheel now. So I really am feeling it now. Bucali, you have a sore throat. Has that got anything to do with it being your birthday? You said it was your birthday, didn't you? So is that why you're not going into work? If you're being honest. Well, that's as good an excuse as any. Right, back in front by lap 125. That's what we want to hope for here. So we've got 12 laps to pull in. 15 seconds. With your rear windows open and your throat didn't appreciate it. That's not very good. That'll do it. I find when you've got the aircon on a lot, that tends to irritate your throat as well. longer brakes come with the danger of dozing off, yeah. That's what I've been finding when I go back into the house and then you're kind of reminded that it is the middle of the night, or now I go back out and it's daylight again. I'm like, hang on a minute, I haven't been asleep since this became daylight. All of a sudden you start to realise what on earth is going on. I do genuinely at the minute though still feel fine. I still feel wide awake, still feel pretty wired, to be honest. The energy drinks, fuel energy drinks might have something to do with that. But I do think it's because I'm actually finding myself in a race with the AI. The fact that I'm actually in a race and against something that is genuinely challenging is making me stay with it. If this was just 200 laps with against the normal AI, I certainly don't think it would have been as entertaining to watch anyways. Plus I've kept my office absolutely freezing with the aircon on, so that's probably helped. Right, yeah, by lap 125 is what we're aiming for, to be back in front, trying to close that gap. Is when we'll be going into the pits, because we're going to do 6 laps stints on each of these. Now the sixth lap's normally a bit sketchy, to be honest. We'll run with it. And that takes us up to lap 125, and then we start to get towards counting down kind of to the 200s. I feel like after 150 is when we start counting down to the 200s, or when it starts to really feel like it's actually nearby. Yeah, the adrenaline that keeps me awake, yeah. Certainly is. That and the chocolate brownies does a good job. I'm surprised I haven't gone through as much chocolate as I thought I would do by this point. There's still time yet though. Realistically, we're just over the halfway mark. Let's be fair. We're just over the halfway mark. We've still got lots to go yet. So I'm trying not to kid myself too much yet. Let's try and go. Actually, we'll not try and go fastest lap just yet. Need to make these tyres last an extra lap. So if anything, we're actually going to save the tyres. Certainly save a bit of fuel. I feel like at this point I've absolutely learnt this car though. I'm still going to bin it now and again, no doubt about that, but I feel like I have learnt the limits, how early we can get on the power, how much steering lock we can try and increase in. Like I'm tense now. Or do you just mean with me not talking? That's probably it. Sit back in the chair, push my head against the seat because my neck is starting to really hurt. That one's the first tap to pass that I've done. I don't know where I thought I was finding the space on that one. I'm just all of a sudden starting to feel like the muscles aching in my back now as well. 17, 18 hours in is where it's starting to catch up now. Energy drinks in a space of a few hours, probably not a good idea. Right, stream all good as well. We had any more dropouts? Anyone noticed, or are we all good? Seems like we're all good. Catch up to these at pretty awful timing, I think. Yep. So I'm feeling it in my shoulders now. Force feedback getting the better of me here. Yeah, new fastest lap here. We beat that just as it came back out from like night, turning back into day. We set that one pretty early on, actually. You can do 808. Yeah, maybe. My actual optimal lap is 805. Oops. Yeah. Oopsie. Pinned it there, absolutely. I think in pretty much every corner of this Nurburgring circuit I have crashed by now. Well, doesn't that gravel do a good job of making sure you don't hit the barriers? Good gravel. I've been so looking forward to getting onto these mini tea cakes. I've been so excited. Oh, I'm not even going to get to open them before the end of the lap. Disaster. Next lap, next time on the straight. Lost our delta to the leader again. of ahead of our time by this point. That's going better than normal. Well, now it's not anymore. Call that a slight shortcut, that'll do. Oh, we're going to go off. Oh, we almost went off there. We almost went off there. Oh, look at this. In with a... Oh, for Carly again. Oh, mate, you don't have to. Thank you so much. How kind, how kind. Thank you so much, buddy. What an absolute hero. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is the you do remember doing the one last night, don't you? That is the second that is the second one. Absolutely no need. Thank you so much. Very kind. To keep me awake. Oh, buddy. You are too kind. Thank you so much. Yeah, it is getting close to that point where I'm still wide awake, but it's definitely like I'm aware of what I'm doing now. And I'm aware of how long's left. Because I know the point that I was feeling when we got to 70 laps. And that felt like that was a bit of a milestone. That was where we changed over the stream. So that felt like a bit of a time to break and reset and sort of think about where I am. I could still do those 70 laps now. And I would still have another hour to go. So thank you for Carly, that does keep me awake, that. Very kind, thank you so much. My feet have started to go numb with pressing the pedals that much as well, I've got to say that. You can't do this alone, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I appreciate it massively. Oh, almost. See if we can open this box. With a single hand. Oh, he's done it, he's done it, he's done it. Oh! Yes! Oh! Delightful. Simply delightful. Whoa! That's moving under braking, is it not? Silly AI. At this point now, I think I've run out of things to say and talk about. Can you blame me? Oh, I know with the Civic Type R, yeah. I actually do wonder. I don't think they would have been too far off because I would have absolutely jacked it up. So I would like to think that it wouldn't have been too far off. We have done some side-by-side comparisons or where we've challenged to race against the real world on Gran Turismo, and we've done some videos on the channel with that. But we have done some stuff of a normal car versus the race spec, and surprisingly, because the cars then have unrestricted top speeds, you have to be very early in the corners and stuff like that. But the top speeds, you gain so much time back. wrists are absolutely killing now. Yeah, because the front wheel drive might have actually been faster, yeah, to be fair. Probably more instances of just understeering off the track, to be honest, but yeah, been a couple of mistakes in this. It's not been, yeah, not been too bad. I probably made a mistake every few laps, which is, let's be fair, probably normal. Normal for me and normal for most people on the Nurburgring, but we've had the full damage on like we were meant to do. Stupid me with the wrong sentence, which I'm really annoyed about. We would have been limping back to the pits on a lot of instances, but at the same time I don't think I would have pushed as much if I was then worried about collecting myself out of the barriers every other lap. Sorry, I will respond when I'm not eating this. Oh, no, one more lap. Yeah, got Civic. But my dream would be, so I've got the, it's been out a while now, but it's still like the latest model. Of the Civic, but the Type R version of it looks absolutely stunning. I've obviously only got the normal one. I don't have the Type R version, but the Type R in the same body looks absolutely unbelievable. I'd love to have own a Type R, even if it was just for a day, just to say I've got a Civic Type R. So it's the whatever the latest generation that they're currently on to now, which might be 10 or 11 or 9, 12. But mine's 2022. I think they came out in 2022. I've only just bought it. It's second hand. So it's 3-year-old, but it had only done 11,000 miles when I bought it, so it's barely worn in. Oh, steady. Smog, how we doing? Subbed and liked. Look at that. That is how it's done. What an absolute hero. Thank you so much, buddy. I really appreciate that. We're into the night shift now. Early hours of the morning. Well, we're now into the morning now. Where everyone's sleeping, so I appreciate you jumping in, tuning in. Absolute hero. It supports the channel way more than you know. We're doing this as a fundraiser for our pilot series, which we're trying to raise money for, to get ourselves out into the real world on some real cars and real tracks, which will be all good fun. We filmed a couple of those episodes, but we've still got more to do. So there's a link in there if you fancy winning an MX-5 or a BMW 1 Series, which we've featured in our Cheap Car Challenge videos. We're going to give them away rather than trying to sell them afterwards, which is what we were going to do. We thought it would be a chance to raffle them off and hopefully a worthy winner from someone who's been supporting the channel from the early days, i.e. under the kind of 5,000 mark. We're hoping to hit 5,000 by the end of the year, but we'll see whether or not we manage to do that. I could see myself going round, but I still kept my foot in it. Got to, hadn't you? Daft not to. Have I heard of Scorpio Esports? No, I don't think so. Is it, what is it? It's a sim race and stuff. I can't say that I have. Is that an actual team or is it one of the events? Ah, real team based near Donington. Right, got you. Oh. The esports bit. I'm gonna get the rest of it without crashing. Ah, giving sim racing in a sim race in a real car. Ah, got you. That's pretty cool. No, I've not seen them. I'll have to check them out though. I actually went to Donington this year for the British Touring, or last year for the British Touring car, which was absolutely mega. It's weird going to Donington for British Touring car, you know, even though it's an actual racetrack. So I normally go there for download, and that's all that I think of Donington as. Right then, so we're going to come into the pits this lap. Mike Grove, I don't think so. Is he the guy that runs it, or who is he? Peter, welcome along. How are we doing? Just brought the Ferrari 812 super fast. In real life or on Gran Turismo? Let me know which one. I think I was rewatching the Top Gear review of that car. Used to watch sort of like say, got you. All right, okay, get in. Cadwell was more fun, right? To be honest, we obviously I'm up northeast. The only one that we've got near us is Croft. You go a little bit further, we got a Teesside Autodrome, but that's mostly a karting track or a drifting track, as well as it gets used for. That's actually where we filmed our Cheap Car Challenge, though, for our pilot series. Oh yeah, Peter Lee. Yeah. I know Peter Lee very well. Live on the West Coast now in the US. Oh wow, you moved as far away as possible from Peter Lee as you could. And I don't blame you. I do not blame you. How come you made the move over there then? Just any reason to not live in the UK, I guess, and I wouldn't blame you for that either. Actually from Salisbury, yeah, we actually done some filming down there recently in Salisbury, we'll show you. Wow, you've done the whole lot, globe-trotted all over. Well, Salisbury's definitely a bit nicer than Peterlee, that's for sure, isn't it? And I imagine the US maybe is a bit nicer than Salisbury. I guess it depends where. hang on a minute. Do you see you're on the west coast? What time is it over there if you're west coast? Oh, you'll be a fair few hours. Because I'm thinking it's like 6 in the morning here, but it'll be, what, midnight for you over there? Maybe it's not even midnight yet. Time zones baffle me. Especially when I'm on a stream and someone says, right, I'm going to bed, and I'm like, looking going, what are you on about? It's 2 in the afternoon. Alrighty, well there we go. I was right. Never been to the US, but we're desperate to go there for a holiday, although it would be the classic Florida, unfortunately. Only because Layla's desperate to do Universal and everything, but I think I would rather go anywhere else in all of America. I would rather go anywhere else than Disneyland, Florida. I don't think I'd want to go to America at all in fear of getting shot. You guys love a gun over there, don't you? That freaks me out too much, that. California, and that's just full of hippies though. Don't know if I'd fancy that either. I much prefer to just be in my own house, I'll be honest. Just sit miserably in my office. That suits me down to the ground, that. Doing Paramount Studios sounds good though. Any particular highlights or anything you would recommend? Most shootings you read about are 2,000 miles away. Well, that's far enough, I guess. I'm closer than that to Gaza, fair enough. Is it actually? Would it actually be 2,000 miles away? Is there any state in America where guns are illegal? I'd probably go to that state. Or is it because once you're out in the west coast isn't desert as such, is it? Or is it? I lose my bearings on where that is in relation to Vegas, knowing that Vegas is the desert. But is it that you don't read about shootings near you because you're in a place where no one's going to hear them? Oh, Mahim! Mahim, we got a screenshot and everything. We got it on lap 90. James will back me up. If you scroll back up, you'll see that James actually had donated similar, or at the time that we hit lap 90. But rest assured, we were back in P1 by lap 90. James will back me up, although I think he should be in bed by now. But he did put a donation on, which that's the only proof I've got at the minute. But yeah, we managed it. Only just, mind you, I've got to say it, only just. But we managed it. God, I've just realised, is that how long we've been going? Mahim, you went to bed, and now you're back. So you've actually been to sleep and woken back up, and I'm still driving around this poxy track. Honestly, what am I doing with my life? Finding out about all the horrible murders in America, all the gun crime. I made it by 1/10 of a second. That is legitimately, absolutely true, yeah. There we go, we have the proof. In case, Mahim, you weren't believing me, we have the proof. Someone was witness. There's still so much of this track. You would think after 120 laps that I'd be alright at this track by now. Nope. Done it. Oh, 55 pat mate. What an absolute hero. Look at that. That's far too kind. Thank you so much, buddy. What an absolute hero. What an absolute hero. Whereabouts are you based again, Mahim? Oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god. I'm sure we talked about this earlier. You have to remind me, I'm so sorry. By lap 100, I think we were still P1 again, I think. I might be wrong though. Because then once we've got lap... yeah, by we were lap... But then we went into the pits, but I think we were P1 by lap 100 again. I think. Because then James donated, so we said to make it up to James, we'd it got suggested that we make sure that we're at P1 again for lap 100, so that is absolutely what we did. Because we did a stint on the medium tyres for that one. In Ipswich, wonderful. How come you're up this early then? Or am I getting... What time is it here? I don't even know what time it is. It's like 7 o'clock. Why are you up so early on a Saturday? That's why I was getting confused, because I was thinking, actually, are you a couple of hours ahead? Or are you up for work or something like that? Getting ready for the gym. Good man, that's discipline that. 7 o'clock on a Saturday morning. Getting sorted for the gym. You've got something about you, mate. Fair play. Good man. Thank you again, Mahim, by the way. I don't feel like I said thank you enough for that. That's very, very generous and very kind. You absolutely did not need to be putting that much on. But what an absolute hero. You have bagged yourself some entries to win the cars. On the plus side, though. Thank you so much, mate. Genuinely, I really appreciate that. Yeah, we're in the AMG. Pretty sure that just makes a number up at the start of this lap, because no matter how bad I take turn 1 and 2, I always seem to be on a purple sector. Play some Iron Maiden in the meantime, yeah, should do. Let's just pretend we didn't see any of that and carry on as normal. Right, we've been going for nearly 19 hours now. 19 hours. Yeah, nice brake test. You just missed me spinning. But other than that, nothing. And I politely asked that everyone pretended they didn't see me spin anyway, so let's just say you definitely missed nothing at all. Yeah, no, tell me about it. We're giving the AI the advantage now. %60.5% done. Dear me. Dear me. It doesn't feel like it. It doesn't feel like it. Almost done. Almost. Almost. Cat King, how we doing? Good morning. Night stint has been alright, not been too bad. We've been doing okay. Right, I think it'll be lap 124 that I end up coming into the pits if I've got my maths and stuff right here. So hopefully we can be at the front of the queue, front of the grid when we go in there. Once we got to the halfway mark, that was where I started to... I thought initially that would be where I kind of benchmark how I am, but I still felt fine there. It was the brake I had at about 110. Coming back then, I was like, whoa, what am I doing? $20 subs overnight, that's not too bad, that'll do. Hulky Racing, how are we doing? Welcome along. Keep smashing it. Done 200 laps around here, and right at the end it was hell. Well, I'm looking forward to that. When did you do the 200 laps? Did you do it on Sport or Gran Turismo Sport or GT7? It's and at what time did you lose all sense of sanity? I feel like I'm heading towards that now. Thank you so much for tuning in and saying hello, buddy. Really appreciate it. Come on. Never imagine only thinking about this challenge. Yeah, I wish it did just stay as, obviously I'm not the first person to have done it. Obviously not, loads of people have, so it's not like I've had the idea, but when I thought, oh, maybe I should do that, that sounds like a good idea, that's where it should have stopped. Once I thought, oh, should I try that, I should have just turned my brain off and stopped thinking at that point. Probably would have helped, I think. The last 25 laps is where you get. I'm going to make sure I'm on this straight before I read the next bit. Last 25 laps where you really got to push it, yeah. I was saying once I get past 150, I thought it would be once I get past the halfway point, you start looking at right, how long is it until the 200? I'm getting the feeling now it'll probably be after the 150 that I start to think, right, now we're really edging towards it. It's like the last quarter, last 25%. Just as we come to finish this lap, probably it'll be 19 hours that we've been running. Or we'll hit the 19-hour mark probably just before we finish this lap. Oh, is the stream crashing again? It's having a bit of a moment. Are we back? We're back. Seems to keep doing that now and again. Which is rare for once I changed over and upgraded everything. Even the stream can't hack 200 laps of the Nurburgring. I still maintain I feel better than what I thought I would do at this point. By now I thought I would be really not great. It's the pressure in my wrists now that I'm starting to really feel it on the force feedback. It's my left mostly. My hand is killing. Yeah, reducing the force feedback. I was going to try and make this as difficult as possible, so I think I will keep the force feedback on full just to be a complete moron. Yeah, only like 10 hours to go. We're nearly there. Pretty much nearly done. Yeah, the shoulders hurt the most by the end, yeah. That's a long drive as well, 16 hours. Steady. $30 million in total from the track experience. Jeez. I was too busy reading the comments saying steady 85 in a 1-ton truck. 7.3 litre engine. Jesus, that is... how many stops did you have to do to manage that? Might be needing a little bit of a break after this one, just to like, well, move basically. See we can. No, we'll not get that 1 minute 20 made up actually by the end of this lap. Whoa, not like that we won't. Come on. There we go. Yeah, that's the thing with America. Like an 18-hour drive is like perfectly normal over there, isn't it? It's like standard. Whereas an 18-hour drive for us would literally get you to the top of the bottom of the top to the bottom of the country, and probably halfway back again. There's the second yawn. The second yawn of the stream. No, not going to rain. I wanted it to. I did have the weather set to completely random, so I would be happy with a bit of rain. However, racing against Sophie AI apparently does not do the rain. So I didn't get the memo on that one, that they've implemented AI that has been in the game for a year and a bit, or 2 years, and it can't race in the rain. So that's not much use to anybody, is it? Well, I didn't realise that until we were like 40 laps in, so we were committed at that point, I'm afraid. Nearly at 8 o'clock now. Right, one more lap. And then we're into the pits on these tyres. Never, oh really? Wow, never played a console game, never played a controller. And now you've got the wheel. And then say the kids bought you that. Kids bought you a wheel, now you're hooked. Oh mate, I love that, get in. That is tremendous, that. That's what you want. And do you play Gran Turismo? Or do you do some of the other games, some of the other sims as well? Tragic. Oh, got triple monitors, DD Pro, V3 per mate. Living the dream. Triple monitor would be the next one for me. Do you have the triple monitor rigged with the PlayStation? Or do you have the triple monitor, is that rigged for PC? No support budget. I thought as much. Right, okay. But I thought for the triple monitor it might have still just been able to split the image across, even just this image. split this image across 3 screens. Just use the center screen for GT, I got you. That's still cool though, that's amazing that. Yeah, I guess the next best option that I could get if I tried to go is a massive curved monitor, but don't know how well that would work or look. Just, yeah, stretch the image, yeah. So you'd actually still need a one that's 16 by 9. It would just have to be flipping huge. So yeah, that's right, that wouldn't work. Yeah, exactly, good point. At this point now, I have to be honest, I'm feeling like I need a bit of a bigger brake. So I'm going to jump into the pits now. I don't think I can last till 1:30. Yeah, let's go into the pits now. Oh, so we actually did try the wide monitor. Interesting. The curved monitor. Interesting. But yeah, no good, as you say. Don't let the brake break me. Yeah, I know, this is the problem. It's like, do I sit in the chair and remain uncomfortable? My hands genuinely are really starting to hurt, but I don't know if it's because I've got it too cold in here. I don't want to put the temperature up because I'll start to get boiling and sweating and uncomfortable. Right, bit of a rest. Quick chance to give myself 5-10 minutes and then we'll jump straight back in. Right. Short breaks are needed, of course, absolutely. Yeah, it's at that point now where it's really starting to hit home now. I've said that a couple of times in the stream, but just now and again, like, it just hits you in waves of what the hell's going on. Right, okie dokie. Let's give myself a 15-minute break here, so we'll be back on track at 8:15 a.m. Cool. Let's do that. Cool. There we go. Right, that's in the chat. Back on track, 8:15. We shall regroup in 15 minutes. How long have I been up? I have been up, so it's 8 a.m. now. Today, Saturday. I've been up since 11 a.m. the previous day. I slept in as late as possible so that I could just wake up, come down and do the stream. And that was, 11 a.m. I woke up yesterday. So at the minute, I've been awake 21 hours. And I don't recommend it. Right, back in a bit. Back in a little bit. Oh, this is uncomfortable now. Oh, dearie me. Right. We're ready to go for it again. Once more, thank you so much everybody who has tuned in. Thank you everybody who is still here. Oh God, what am I doing? Right, it took us about 11 hours, I think. Yeah, it took us 11 hours to do 70 laps. We've got 75 left. Oh God, that's the third yawn of the stream. Now the challenge begins. Who was it that said wait until about 9-10 a.m. is when it gets difficult? Yeah, it's 8 a.m. now, and I'm feeling it now. It's weird because it's mostly in my, like, I'm starting to feel it in my back and shoulders, sort of like quite, properly. But I best get going because I can hear that's another set of cars going past me. They're probably lapping me for the second time by now, or heading on to maybe it's the third time. Right, let's go for. Let's see here if we can get back in the lead of the race by lap 150. Dassault. Been lurking since lap 71. Oh wow, thank you so much, buddy. What you're doing is tough. Yep. I'll be bringing one piece while you drive. I'm on episode 200 out of 760ish. Oh, binging. Sorry, binging. One Piece. I've never heard of that. What is it? Let's see how far we can both go. Fair enough. You're in for the journey with me now. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Is it what show is that? I've not actually heard of it. Oh, there we go. With someone in the pits in front of us. Right, and as we say, we want to get back in the lead of the race by the time we get to lap 150, and I might have ourselves a bit of a decent break there as well, and then the last 50 laps. Oh, well, that's where it starts to get pretty interesting. Anime cartoon, got you. I've yeah, not heard of that one, but there we go. See how many episodes you get. We'll have about, I reckon we've got another 11 and a half, maybe 12 hours to go. So I actually think we'll be crossing the line on our 200th lap round about 6 p.m. Actually, no, that wouldn't even be right, would it? 8 p.m. maybe, if we end up with 12 hours. Jeez, yeah, this is taking a long time. Rob, how are we doing? Yeah, we are still going, mate. We are still going. No worries, Hulky. Be back soon. No worries at all. We should quite easily get to lap 150 and be back in the lead. We'll be taking out over a second. Oh, is this weather? No, it's not. Just clouds. I thought we might have had a bit of rain coming there. Till the checkered flag, 1 lap at a time, exactly. Ignore the total laps left. Easier said than done, isn't it? This is the problem. But you're right, absolutely. Just need to try and crack on. Oh, look at this, Rob. Oh, thank you so much for the dono, mate. Oh, absolute hero. Wish I could do more. Don't be silly, mate. Don't be silly. Mad respect the effort. Well, wait until we're done, I say, because it's roundabout now that I'm starting to look for excuses to pack it in. So, respect the effort. You might just be respecting the effort to find an excuse soon. Oh man, I've got the force feedback set to max by 100%, and I really don't want to bring that down either. Just to say I've done it at full the whole way through, but I do feel like that would be the next thing, just to make it easier on my actual hands, my wrists. Because when you're moving the wheel up and down, like, your wrist opens up, and it's really starting to ache. There we go. 22.27 is the gap. And that's 22 minutes, by the way, not 22 seconds. Now, we do want to win this race, and we're sort of trying to time our gaps. We're not pausing when we go into the pits. That is our challenge against the AI, is to try our very best to make sure that we catch back up. Now, we do keep catching back up, depending on the breaks that we have and the stints that we do. Come lap 150, if I can manage to do 25 laps without stopping here, I'd feel like that's a pretty good next stint. Or maybe it's by lap 140. We'll see where we're at once we're at the sort of 12-hour mark for the stream. I'm going to do the rest of this, I think, in 5-lap stints on the softs. Do what you have to do. It isn't the mountain that will stop you, it's the people in pebble in your shoe. Wow, I like that. Very motivational. That's a very good point. Considered going to say. I thought I was going to say, just wondering if the Osmo's rolling. Tit. It's alright, I've made Layla sit in the house in darkness all night so that she didn't trip the electric, because our house is pretty prone to getting blackouts if you have too much going on. So I literally wrote Layla a note saying, reminder, do not have more than one plug socket switched on in the house at any one point. Mostly done 6 hours. Yeah, I think the longest that I will have done here, I have done 12 hours before, but it was on the daily races, so I've done like 12 hours of the Nurburgring daily races, but that's obviously with quite a lot of breaks in between. Couple of trip the electrics. When you check that camera's still rolling while you get here, that'd be mint, that mate, thanks. Right, 21 minutes. V12 maybe, so if we've done the Aston Martin Vantage. I was considering doing that in this car, actually. Morning, John. How we doing? Hope we're all well. We're still going, mate. We're still going. Would you believe? We've just had a bit of a break. We're on a long stint now to lap 150. Hoping that I can just sit and drive all the way up till 150. German Kiwi, how we doing? If I can just drive all the way to 150, we'll be back in the lead with a couple of laps ahead as well. Well, not as in lapped, but I'd like to think we can close a 20-second gap within the 20-odd laps that we've got. And a bit of a gap. Bit of a break at 150 and just start trying to see how we get on by that point, because that's still going to be another 3 and a bit hours away even for that. John, in with a 2. Thank you very much, buddy. Still going. Stupidly, yes we are. You've literally had an entire night's sleep in the time that we've managed to do an extra, whatever it's been, 40 laps. What time did you go to bed, John? When was it? What lap were we on? Had we passed the 100? No, we wouldn't have, because then you'd have only been asleep for about 3 hours. That's the 4th yawn of the stream now. This is proving difficult at this point now. The more breaks that I'm having, the more tired I'm starting to feel. German Kiwi with a 5 as well. Oh mate, absolute hero. How could I not donate for this effort, mate? You're too kind. Thank you so much. We haven't got to the finish line yet though. That's what you want to wait for. Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate that a lot. Cancel this, no problems. One way to learn the track, yeah, exactly. Thankfully we already knew it, but I wonder how many laps it actually did take me to learn the Nurburgring. I can't quite remember. Lopez, how we doing? Morning. Is it Lopez or is it just Lopes? How's that? How's that pronounced? It looked like Lopez, but I think that would be with a Z. Wouldn't it? Done 26 laps in real life. Nice. Any good? Did you track your lap time at all? Yeah, I guess that's a question for you. How realistic is Gran Turismo 7 Kiwi compared to the real thing? Lopus. Ah, okay. Lopus. Got you. I'll try and remember that. Morning, Adam. How we doing? Hope we're all well. Good morning, good morning. We're still going. How many hours of sleep have you had? Don't tell me, because it's more than me. As you can tell. Oh no. Good timing, Adam, for tuning in. There's the first unlapping. First of two that we need to do. Never tracked a lap time. Would have crashed pushing too hard, yeah, I guess that's the problem. Realism 7 out of 10. Track is out of date. Curbs, etc. Got you. Yeah. Have you done, Kiwi, have you done this in VR? Because I'd be interested to know your thoughts on the elevation changes in VR. So I don't really, there's a lot of them that you notice on the flat screen, and there's some that you don't notice on the flat screen, but in VR you notice them all the undulation changes. It makes me feel sick immediately. Scared to pay so much for VR and find out makes you feel sick. I think if you're used to driving the car, if you're used to driving cars and motion sickness in general doesn't make you ill, then I think you'll be alright with VR. VR makes me feel ill, but I am bad for feeling sick with motion sickness already. You've done 2 laps in real life, John. Well, this, everyone's been to the Nurburgring and I haven't. Oh yeah, to watch it in VR that's not a nice experience. That, yeah, I can't do that either. It's not nice. Amy's done the Nurburgring as well. Everyone has. I'm missing out now. I reckon I'd do alright round the Nurburgring after this. I would like to think. Fifth yawn of the stream. Nutter in a car. Did you set a faster time than you? Is that your way of telling us that? Can't stop 3 times right at the road. That'd be me. If I can't do passenger rides. I feel sick immediately if I'm not the one driving. See if I can put T-side Autodrome on, Isaac, you'll like that. Oh look, there's my camera crew in the side filming nothing of what I've asked them to. Just sideways a lot. Sideways but under control, or sideways and heading straight for a barrier? Crashed a bin lorry into a police car. How is that even possible? Assuming she was driving the bin lorry. I hope. Well, I don't know. Now has no license. Oh god. That might explain a lot then. Right, 18 minutes the gap. Questions, Isaac. Good questions. Here's a Huel that I was just about to open. There's the one. What's the other one? Have you given Layla permission to use the hobs in the kitchen? Yes, but I said if you're going to switch the oven on, make sure you switch off literally everything else in the house, including the fridge. Here for the important stuff. Very rarely. You're there for the important stuff, like filming, but very rarely do you actually do the important stuff, like filming. Every shot, all you get is, no, Davy Black didn't. Do I have to? You not already got that on another camera? Welfare check on her. She's alright, she's asleep at the minute. Oh, my Thomas on as well, look at this. Isaac does love a whinge. Literally never known a bloke to whinge as much as filming at the track last week. actually, on a serious note, Matty and Isaac, I'm sure Elliot will have said he's missed, well, the best but also the worst game of Power League football ever on Thursday. It was like 38 apiece by 20 past 9. Yeah, 3-1 down. Only because I get stitched with the teams. No hope of ever closing the gap. Been awake for 22 hours. I've lost the will now. I say I'm going to block you in a minute. I actually haven't touched the chocolate as much as I thought I would do, but I have gone through a whole tub of brownies and chocolate tea cakes, but still to go as a share bag of buttons and a share bag of Whisper and then a big bar of Dairy Milk. Jonathan, how are we doing? Are you here? Ignore him, John. He's taking the piss. Actually, John has the power to block Isaac. I reckon he should do. Stint in the middle was a bit easier. It took us 12 hours to do 70 laps. No, it took us 11. 11? Yeah, 11 hours to do 70 laps. Isaac stays. Unbelievable.
He's keeping us away. He's keeping us raging, that's what he does.
What was your donation proposition? I actually missed that. What was it? I was probably deliberately, subconsciously ignoring you. What a move. Once crashed your dad's larder into a trash can. Was the trash can okay? Are you sure the trash can wasn't just another larder? £5 donation, what? Subscribe, share, and pack of buttons. Oh my god. Oh no. If I can what? Oh, scran share. I thought it said screen share. I'll pass on that one, mate. You're all good. Pit stop? No, we did 20-minute pit stop on the last one. Two bins collided, yeah. I don't actually follow the F3 or the F2, apart from the headlines. I don't actually manage to follow the races that much, so I don't actually know. $129 laps down, yeah. Getting there. 70 to go. Another 11 hours minimum. $133 laps will be 2/3 of the way there. eye out for YouTube corner. 134. Yeah. John has woken up. He has done. He's been up for a while. Oh, right into the pits this lap. I want to try and catch up to back up to P1. We'll probably have a bit of a break at lap 150 and we'll change streams then probably. We'll change over to the part 3 stream. Oh, just. Gone. Stop it from hitting the wall. Right, what time are we on now? So I'd say 8 or 9. Right, I'm trying to work out if we, I think if we stream this one up until lap 150 and then the last 50 laps can be on the final stream. That'd be about right. See if I can work that out. So 20 laps times 60, 2.8 hours. Yeah, that's about right for 11 laps. 11 hours, yeah, okay. Right, we're going to keep going up until 150, so we've still got... Jesus, that's literally still pretty much 3 hours away. God. Well done on that, Sin. Thanking you. Yeah, we're going to get Well, hopefully by lap 140, we can be back in the lead. Hopefully by lap 140, we can be back in the lead. That's the aim now. We need to take a minute and a half out of each lap that we do. So let's have that as our focus now. 14 minutes, 55 seconds. Let's get this down to 13 and a half by the time we cross the line. Jonathan, you're back. You're up early. You went to bed pretty late. Have I been lapping all night? Of course. Of course. No messing about. Let's get this down to 13 and a half seconds if we can. We want a minute and a half out of every lap that we do to the leader. Down to 14:30. Let's take another minute off this from now if we can do. Half the time gained back already for this delta that we wanted to bring down on this lap. 14:13, 14:12. Barrier, nothing to worry about. Right, see if this ends up anywhere near 1330. So, episode 201 now. Nice, keep going. Oh, I'm trying to open my bottle of fuel, but this is not happening. I'll have this one instead. What cars have I had so far? As in real life? Or do you mean on the channel for the cheap car stuff? Surely you don't mean all of the cars in the garage on Gran Turismo. I don't even think I will be inclined to answer that. In real life, my first car was a Citroen C3 1.6 XTR 16 valve. Then I got a Nissan NV200 van and drove a van for 8 years, and then I got a Civic. Now I've got a Civic. That's it. Nothing too exciting, to be honest. Although I do love the Civic I've got now, the new hybrids. That is an actually unbelievable car. That. Love it. I actually love that car so much. Is the gap. Car salesman. Oh, get in. Is it like, what is it, a used car place? If you're saying you've sold Citroen and Honda, what do you mean you've worked directly at the dealerships? Oh, like retailers. Excuse me. Some of the Citroens are quite nice as well, but unfortunately mine was pretty crap. It was a good little car, done what I needed it to do as a first car. Managing to pull about 120, 125 back per lap at the moment. At least we've got the rain clouds, but we've just not got the rain. How well did I sleep? Oh, perfectly, mate. I had this really weird dream where I was just constantly lapping the Nurburgring. It's probably more so a nightmare, really. $389,000 miles. Jeez, that's lived a life. The suspension finally fell apart. To be fair, if it's withstood that long, that's done alright, that. That has done alright. Benny, how we doing? Needs a new AC. Oh, nothing worse than no aircon in the summer. It's annoying how expensive they end up being, though. Because the aircon's always like right behind the engine, so it's a proper pain for them to get to. Surprised I don't. I'm genuinely surprised that I've actually got energy at the moment. I do actually feel wide awake. I don't feel tired at all, and I actually don't know how. I've a couple of yawns, but overall, I'm feeling genuinely fine. It's starting to. I'm starting to get aches in my legs though. like the actual soles of my feet from where I rest them on the metalwork beneath the pedals. So I've only got like an imprint in my foot off the corner of the frame that my foot rests on. Man was built for this, I'd like to think. Yeah, made it a P1 before lap 100. We made it at lap 90. We made P1 for lap 90 and then quick pit stop. And then we got back to P1 for lap 100. Under 12 minutes to P1. It's whether or not, yeah, we get. Not that it really matters as long as we're ahead, but I'm probably going to stop either at lap 40 or lap 50. I might get to 40 and just think, nah, let's keep going. Don't know yet. A soldier on, absolutely. I can't have come this far and not finish it now. So, can you imagine? Imagine the video that says I once did 133 laps on the Nurburgring. I don't think anyone's watching that. P15 now, effort rewarded, yeah, up to P13 now as well. Sorry, it took a while for me to see that comment. .30 in the morning or whatever time it is. Fresh cherry Pepsi. Tapped out on lap 82. Autopilot engaged, I wish. That would make life a bit easier. None of that though, that is absolutely cheating. Oh, subconscious autopilot. Now I see what you mean. Now I see what you mean. I thought you meant just pressing pause and letting it do the auto drive. Exactly, that one definitely would be cheating. Subconscious autopilot, all for that. Well, that autopilot went well, didn't it? Oh, I just had a moment where I just thought, I don't want to do this. Oh, that just crossed my mind there. Oh my god, my foot's gone into like, not into cramp, but just like the bones themselves and joints have just locked in place. Next few stints are going to be pretty painful, I think. Now it's starting to kick in a bit. Subconscious crash, yeah. Your episodes seem to be quicker than my laps. So. Now it's getting to a I don't want to do this anymore stage. It actually it's literally now just hit like a brick wall. My back is really hurting now. I think it's all just landed at once there. Starting that lap. Oh god. Some encouragement needed now. I was quite lucky that the stint in the night came pretty early on. last spin will just be one of many more. One of many still to come. Yeah, closer at the end than we are the start. This is it now. Oh, God. In with a 5. Oh, mate, you're so kind. No need for that, buddy. No need. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I don't know if having the brakes or not is a good idea. I don't know whether it's a good idea to have them or a good idea not to have them. No surrender. Definitely not. Oh yeah, no, it's just, this is it now. It's just hit like a brick wall now. The mental fatigue has kicked in. Foot is actually aching from holding the pedal down that much. I wanted to be back in front by lap 140. What's going to happen at this rate? One more lap after this, then another pit stop. Quick 2 minutes there, I think, is going to be needed. Stiff drinking. Cherry Pepsi will have to do. Foot is made of steel, and mate, honestly, I wish. So you can't see now, but I've got my left foot on the. Oh, Jesus! I got my left foot on the throttle now. You can't see it. Can't see me trying to lift my leg. My right foot free, just to like try and move it about. Oh God, it genuinely really hurts. Right, left foot back on the brake. Right, one more lap, and then we're into the pits. The loneliness of a long distance runner, absolutely. Oh, it's a good Iron Maiden song, that as well. Oh, nah. See, with this moisture on the track a little bit, we definitely lost a lot of grip. Right, just try and get a minute out of this if we can. So if we can get this gap back down to 9 by the time we go into the pits. under 10 minutes to P1, yeah. Well, if we can get this gap down to 9 minutes, I'm probably going to have, I think, a bit of a break. Just grab myself 3-4 minutes. The gap when we come back out, even if the gap's up to 15 minutes, we've then got 15 laps to lap 150 to make that back, so that should be easily done. Get some ice packs ready for the last stint. Come on, gap down to 9 minutes. That's what we want. Let's keep it going. Get drowsy when your neck's freezing, yeah. Good point. Top 10, push to pass that one. More than 2/3 already done, yeah. Oh, when we get to 150, that's where it start to feel like we're up, like, I hope anyway, start to feel like we're almost home. Right, in terms of how far I'm happy to drop back, I'm giving myself a 7-minute break here. 7-minute break. let's get back to it. Oh, where's my phone? Oh no. 2 minutes. Oh, right, we're back. Okay, so here's the plan. We're going to run until lap 150. I might still have breaks every 5 laps. That's probably going to be the best way to go now. Just really short breaks, keep running. Basically, in terms of the gap to the leader, 1 minute per lap is what we know we can mostly always gain back. So a 17-minute gap now, so we know that roughly we'll need 17 laps to bring that back. Now we've got 14 until we're at lap 150. Maybe we might be able to get that back, because we have been averaging on a good lap without mistakes 1 minute 30 that we gain back. So by the end of this lap, hopefully we're close to 16 seconds, but we'll see. Okie dokie. So I'm starting to get really bad pains in my feet from pressing the pedals. Really bad pains in my hands from the force feedback. Bad pain in my shoulders from gripping the wheel, and really bad pain in my back from constantly leaning forward. I need to try and force me to lean back into the seat like this. Right, let's go. 5 laps. We need to set ourselves the challenge of getting the time back. So, Rhea, how are we doing? Must have just come back, I think. So if we can get this gap down to 16 seconds by the end of this lap, and we're on to a winner. Set a best lap next time round. Well, we'll give it a go. I don't think we can, to be honest, the grip's not great. We genuinely have not got as much grip as when it was dry. There is a bit of moisture like on the track. You can sort of see some of the lines appearing. We'll definitely give it a go though. That's the sort of thing we need to be doing for a bit of morale. Come on. Lap 145. I tell you what, if I can manage to go now to lap 145, do we know what time that would take me to? So that'll be 10 laps, so it'll be an hour and a half. Do we know what time are we on now? Just after 10, is it? What's that say? 10:07. So that would take us to, yeah, 11:30. Right, okay, let's do that. So we're going to go to lap 145, and then we can have a break there. And then we'll pick it up on the next stream at lap 100, and well, it'll be starting lap 146. Yeah, that'll be about right. So from now, we're going to run to lap 145. We're still going to pit at lap 140, obviously, but we're going to run from now. Then we'll end the stream. We'll start the part 3. Because we only have a stream limit of 12 hours, or at least that's for YouTube to then store it and have it on the channel. So we can't exceed 12 hours. Which means we need to do the next 10 laps, which is an hour and a half, in just under an hour and a half. Because we started streaming again at about 11:30. Right, that all makes sense. That all makes sense. Come on to lap 146, 145. That's where we need to. By 145, we want to be back in the lead, so we can afford to take a bit more of a break, sit back, catch back up. Basically, for every lap, we want to be 1 minute behind. Or that's the sort of way that I'm working it out. So if we know, so for example, if we only had 10 laps left to go when we took a break and pitted, we can't let them any more than 10 minutes in front if we want to make sure that we can catch up and get in front. That makes sense? At which lap, genuinely, Adam, genuinely, the last lap when I just pitted, when I came out at like 1:30, 1:31, it was at that point it hit me, and I was just like, what am I doing? So I'm trying to just press on to lap 145, give me a bit of a rest when we switch the streams over to the part 3, which should include us finishing lap 200. But yeah, it's only just started to hit now, and my foot's gone into, like, it's not even cramp, it's like the actual bones have just restructured because I've constantly had my foot pressed forward on the throttle. Totally if it's caused me pain. What a story to tell the kids when you're older. I hope not. Harder the challenge, better you feel when it's finished. Well, this has been an interesting one, because literally the first 20 hours of this felt fine. The first 25 and a half hours. It was about an hour ago where all of a sudden sort of my body's gone, hang on a minute, have you actually not gone to bed yet? On top of the wheel, give my hands a rest. Has been hit now. Just mentally, I don't want to go any further. Manage anything better than that 809. Turns out it was a really good lap. Body is really aching now. If the Nurburgring comes up on a daily race, I think we can safely say that will be alright in the Merc. Considering the amount of practice that we've had, or that should be our best bet, I'd like to think. Working and listening to the stream at the same time, that sounds good to me. Although I'm not talking that much, so all you're going to hear is just the sound of a Mercedes AMG GT3. Just jump by the sound of the tyres. Engine and the tyres, you know which part of the track I'm at. Well, that's impressive.
When you hear the barriers,
Oh, six, yawn number 6. When you hear me hit the barriers, you've got to guess which barriers I'm into. It was all going well when I was doing my 5-lap stints and having like a 5-minute break and then coming back. I felt like the first half of it was flying. Approaching 22 hours of driving and 23 hours of being awake. Oh, James in with a 4.99 again. What have I done to deserve that? Thank you very much, buddy. Are you just seeing me flagging now and feeling a bit sorry for me? You're impressed. Well, yeah, flagging now, definitely. 1.5 by lap 170. We would easily have that. Easy money, P1 by lap by 150. Go on then, what's the challenge? P1 by lap by 150? Set me something. I need something to aim for. Otherwise I'm just gonna be mentally checked out. When was my last break? My last break was at lap 131. No, it wasn't. Sorry, it was lap 136. Just looking at it there. Yeah, 16 minutes pit. To position in front, yeah. Yeah, the break was about just over 10 minutes ago, the break now, yeah. We have to do this now. I can't have come this far to not finish this. For the win, absolutely. go to lap 145. I think I already said that anyways, but lap 145 and we'll stop. Bit of a break, get ourselves to lap 150 and then we can start counting down more or less to 200. It's crazy that we're just over 2/3 of the way. Just over 2/3 of the way. Rob, how are we doing? Are you already in here, Rob? Sorry, I'm losing my mind. It was a little while since I've seen a comment from you. I thought you'd gone and come back. Maybe you have done, I don't know. Or maybe you've still been in there the whole time. Anyways, still good to have you regardless. I lost all sense of time. It might have been 10 minutes ago, your last message. It feels like it was forever ago. I'm losing track now. .30 a.m. Jeez. Oh, maybe it had been a while then if you'd gone to bed. Or are you telling me you're going to bed now? Getting a migraine from no sleep. Oh, mate, that's no good. Definitely try and get yourself to sleep. Yeah, I think the way it'll work for you, the time that we end up crossing the line, I think it'll be about 6 p.m.-ish. It might even be later than that because I'm flagging now. We managed to get quite far ahead with just lots of short breaks. But now I'm starting to probably need to actually take the breaks that I was planning on doing. Oh my... Sparks. Sparks, what are you doing? What an absolute hero. Stay strong. Stay strong. It's all gone. It's all gone. Stay strong, champion. You're a hero, mate. You're a hero. Have you, Sparks, have you done the 200 laps? I'm sure you have. Have you or not? I think you're daft enough to do something like this as well. I know there's a few that have. But I sort of like lost track of who's done what. That wall is brittle. Break through it. Trying. I really, honestly, Spark, I appreciate that so much, mate. What an absolute hero. Thank you. Spa for 200 laps next weekend. Is that what someone's saying there? Oh, Sparks. Sparks for 200. Sparks. Are you asking Sparks if he's going to do this? Is that what's happening? I've lost the plot now, I think. None of the messages even make sense anymore. I thought that said Spa initially, but then you asked, I don't know, I'm just not on the same planet anymore, I don't think. No! Yet, but he hasn't done it yet, right? And then you said Sparks next weekend. Yes, that makes sense. Come on, stop being silly. I do not recommend this challenge to anyone. It is very brutal. Yeah, well, over 2/3. Yeah, Twiggies, how are you doing? Yeah, over 2/3. Yeah, Sparks, your turn next. I agree with everyone else. Your turn next. And then I can return that ridiculous donation. What a hero. Done. Getting there. 140 out of 200. My God, this is just now painful. I would actually say that up until 130, it was actually going really enjoyably well. Like, it was actually really enjoyable. Even the brain fog has hit now. 23 hours we've been awake. Sleep at the wheel. 11 minutes 50 to the leader. Try and take as much of that out as we can. I don't think we'll quite get level with it by the time we hit lap 145 and we start changing the streams. But basically remember, it's 1 minute per lap that we average taken out. 1 minute per lap. So we're 20 minutes down the road, it's going to take us about 20 laps to catch up. Once we're past the 150, I feel like that's where we can then say we're closing in. Come on. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. I feel like I'm getting through the wall now. Got a new lease of life now that I'm looking at the clock again. 1 minute, 11 minutes 20. So start seeing us clawing that gap back. Look who's in, the man himself. Rory, this is your fault, this. Well, you and Super GT. Rory, when you, if you're still in, when you did this, you will have raced against, no, it will have been an regular AI. I think it was, obviously it was a while ago you've done it. I don't know if the Sophie AI was out then. But we've been stitched up. I look like I've done a half job of it, because we've not had rain, because I thought, well, we'll race against the AI, make it a little bit more difficult. Sophie AI, make it a little bit more difficult. And it turns out Sophie doesn't race in the rain yet, which I didn't know that. So I look like I've done a half job. Purposely avoided the rain, but I genuinely knew nothing about it. Absolute hero, Rory. Thank you so much, mate. No half job in this event. Well, I was hoping for rain, so that we can at least say we've done it. And then when we kept looking at the weather radar, it wasn't until Lena said, "Oh, if you raced against Sophie, she didn't do the rain." So, if I'd known that, I would have done it regular AI. But instead, I remain a plonker. Oh, right, come on then. Let's go again. Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll start again next week. In fact, as soon as I finish this, I'll start it again with rain. We might as well. It's not like this has took too long to do anyway. It has actually been genuinely good though with the Sophie AI. It has actually made it a good challenge. 7 more likes to 100. Oh well, that would just be sublime, wouldn't it? If we could, if we manage that before we either lose the will or before we end this stream. So we're going to be ending this at a lap 145. This is going to be our last stint out before we switch the stream over to part 3. Yeah, AI, when I'm going into the pits, if I'm pausing, that's making it a bit too easy. So when we go into the pits, if I'm having a break, I'm just letting the game play on. We just don't select any tyres until we're ready to go. But that doesn't mean, of course, mean that the AI is going to continue. They run down the road, and then the challenge is catching them back up, because the AI, Sophie AI, is a lot quicker than the normal one, or a fair bit quicker anyways, and it's got much better racecraft. I think that's the main thing. When you do catch up to them, it's got decent or better racecraft and doesn't wave you on through. Circumstances, well, I agree with that, because about an hour ago is when we hit the wall, and up until then it was pretty alright, to be honest, and I was actually starting to think, it's actually not that big a deal, it's just staying up late. But yeah, the wall has well and truly been hit at quite some pace. Right, we want to try and close this gap to the lead as much as we can, just to minimise how much they can run away while we change the stream over. $96 likes. Oh man, if we can get another 4, hit the 100, that would be mega. Just like with all 3 channels, what a treat. Gap below 10 minutes now. Big moment there. Racing incident. Done racing fair with the AI now. Oh, come on. Yeah, but potentially back on lead lap. Was that P1 that we just passed? Is that potentially back on lead lap? If that was P1 we just passed, I don't know if it was. I think at 9:33, I think we're still not on the lead lap. Actually, no, we will be on technically the lead lap, but I think he's still... Yeah, I actually don't know if I passed him or not. I'm assuming that was P1 that we've just passed, and that's why you're saying it. Clearly wasn't paying enough attention. as it was, and 9:22 is like the lap time that they're setting. Yeah, clearly cheered me up, yeah. Yeah, this one's been alright. The last 10 or 20, I think, was try and start pushing for a faster slap again. If we can. I think if I'm within 5 seconds of that, anything under an 8:15 is probably... should be pretty happy with. See if we can get this gap down to 3 or 4 minutes by the end of this stint. Again, we're going to a lap 145. Oh, I'm not half starting to feel properly sick now, though. Frames. Even my laptop's had enough at this point. Average lap time, including brakes, is 3 minutes 33. Interesting. 9 minutes 33, sorry. Yeah, interesting, because I think their average lap time with the AI at the front is 1 minute 22. 9 minutes 22 seems to be their average. Or 9 minutes 20-ish is what I worked out earlier on. .8 laps to go. I don't know if hearing that helps or not. 57 laps to go. Oh, that makes me feel, that's a bit better. Yeah, 57, not 67. Sorry, did I misread that? Yeah, I just 9 minutes 26. Oh, there we go. I wasn't far off then. Yeah, pick up the pace or less brakes. That's all right. I think we'll be fine. We'll be fine. This is inhumane. Should sue them for making it possible. Yeah, maybe it's 100 laps is the maximum that we should do for this one. Need a warning before, yeah. At this point now, I'm just waiting to have got this far in and for our house to have a power cut, which is absolutely guaranteed. Next time with a Fiat 500, oh my god, yeah. Or Mazda MX-5. Maybe I should do every car on Gran Turismo around the Nurburgring 200 times. That would be tremendous. who will be the triple digit like? One more to go. One more to go. So close to 100 likes. Anybody who hasn't hit the like button on the stream, please do so. See if we can get to 100 likes. That would be probably the first time ever, I would say, on a stream. That would be rather glorious if we could manage that for this one here. 100 has been reached. What a treat. Thank you very much, everybody. There's another milestone for us. Wonderful. God, one lap each. Out lap, in lap. Yeah, it would be. Oh my God, that's just ridiculous. 5 times that challenge. Too easy. Yeah. Yeah, think of something a bit more difficult if you can. That would be ridiculous. Felt like that one went wrong out of nowhere, that one. Dear me. Oh, come on, just one more lap after this and then we can switch streams and take a bit of a break. Come on. 12 episodes done. Nice. Taking into account the slow cars, I'll be there over a week. Well, I reckon with that, we'll probably give that one a miss. I promise you, the episodes that we've got in the pilot series are better than that. Or more worth watching than that. I promise, I promise, I promise. Final lap before a break. We're still closing. See, even that lap there, we've still took like almost a minute out.